Chapter 1397. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent, Great Punishment Heavenly Court. Inside a large hall, a banquet was set up. In the banquet, there were only 4 banquet seats. They were placed in groups of 2 facing each other. On one side sat the Great Punishment Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, and Sage Yang. On the other side sat the Transcended Level Expert, Tian Gang. There was still one empty seat. Please. Ming Tianhan raised his cup. Astral Vault's lips curled into a faint smile. He lifted his wine cup and drank. Ming Tianhan, am I right? The 10-second epic experts I subdued that day were only the first wave. The second wave is even more ferocious. Not only is it ferocious, but you can't stop it. Tian Gang rubbed his bald head and smiled. The White Tiger Emperor has more than 700 subordinates from the second epic. I really didn't expect that if my Great Punishment Heavenly Court were to face them. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Although the 2 great emperors of the Yang realm, Ziwei and Changxing, don't have many subordinates, they are all elite, especially Great Emperor Ziwei. He has a total of Big Dipper 9 stars and Heavenly Dipper 36 stars. However, Great Emperor Ziwei is publicly acknowledged as the strongest. Although Great Emperor White Tiger has more than 700 subordinates, it is only a number, not elite. Even if they are many but not elite, they are all at the 13th heaven. It seems like I can only fight to the death. Ming Tianhan said bitterly. Isn't there still some time? Tian Gang said indifferently. The White Tiger Emperor is too overbearing. He said that the Western Outer Continent is his old home. As you said, the Great Punishment Heavenly Court might face a calamity. Ming Tianhan shook his head. Not necessarily. Tian Gang revealed a meaningful smile. Actually, you can consider moving the capital. Tian Gang said as he raised his wine cup. Moving the capital? You mean that I should move the Great Punishment Heavenly Court to another continent? Ming Tianhan asked. That's right. Now that the second epic's experts have appeared, they must quickly fight for their own territories and lay a foundation. This is because a greater impact will appear soon. The 4 realms are about to merge. If we don't take root now, we will become rootless duckweeds when the 4 realms merge. We will be annihilated. Tian Gang said. What do you mean? Ming Tianhan asked. I sincerely invite you to enter the inner South Continent and consolidate your foundation. Tian Gang said. You want me to submit to you? Ming Tian said coldly. Tian Gang, although Dexing isn't as powerful as the second epic, it's not to the extent of submitting to you, right? Yang shook his head. Tian Gang looked at the 2 of them, rubbed his bald head and said, Do you know why I advised you? What I'm interested in is the countless officials of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. Although they have moved to the inner Southern Continent, they can quickly establish a foundation and straighten out the inner Southern Continent. Tian Gang said. So what? Indeed, you are a transcendent being with an immortal body. However, to put it bluntly, you are only a transcendent being at the 14th layer. Because of this, your strength is even stronger. At most, you only have the strength of a 15th layer. 15th layer of strength? Compared to the White Tiger Emperor? Ming Tianhan didn't continue. Tian Gang snorted coldly. At the side, Yang also shook his head and said, Tian Gang, because you are polite to Dexing, we are polite to you as well. However, you should know that although we are not as strong as you, we have the strength of a nation. Our Heavenly Emperor's ability is something that even the White Tiger Emperor admires. You don't think that you can suppress the world, right? Tian Gang looked at the 2 and finally smiled coldly. Well said. Ming Tianhan, I'll tell you the truth. Someone else has taken a fancy to you. Oh, Ming Tianhan said. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke rushed in from outside the hall. Who is it? The guard exclaimed. Ming Tianhan shouted. The group of guards retreated. The black smoke quickly flew over. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke condensed into a demonic black-robed youth who suddenly sat in another seat. There was a vertical black line on the youth's forehead. He looked very carefree as he sat on the ground. He picked up the wine and drank. For you? Ming Tianhan asked. Tiangang, didn't you tell him? The black-robed youth turned his head and asked. Before Tiangang could speak, Yang's expression changed. Heavenly Emperor, he is Yen Dongan. No, he has changed his name to Nether Monarch. Oh! Ming Tianhan's expression changed. Nether Monarch looked at Yang meaningfully. You actually recognize me? Heh, my great Xing Heavenly Court has its own information network. How can I not know about Yen Chuan's son? Yang said. Yen Chuan's son? Ming Tianhan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Ha, don't look at me like that. I know you have a grudge against Yen Chuan. That's why I recommended you. Because my lord also has a grudge against Yen Chuan. Nether Monarch drank a mouthful of wine and said, Don't confuse me with Yen Chuan. He is him and I am me. I am only my lord. Nether Monarch said. Ming Tianhan frowned as he stared at the two in front of him. Recommended us? What do you mean? Yang asked. The great evil world's lord, Lotus God, has taken a liking to you. He asked me to help him subdue you. Tiangang said. Lotus God? Ming Tianhan's expression darkened. Do you still think Lotus God is an enemy of this world? Tiangang asked. Yang shook his head. Of course not. Lotus God entered the first world at the 14th heaven, but no one stopped him. At least Chao didn't do anything if he had the ability. Obviously, it's not his fault. He even delayed the unification of the four worlds. It's good that you know. Lotus God is now the great evil world's lord. Soon, the four worlds will be united, and he will rule the world. Nether Monarch and I can be considered the vanguard. Only by gathering our strength can we achieve great things. Tiangang said. Heh, Heavenly Emperor is the most powerful person in the world. How can you submit to Lotus God? Yang said. Chi habit realm and karmic rank are nothing. Before the great emperors appeared, you were the highest karmic rank. But now, under great Emperor Ziwei, there are 9 Chi habit realm army commanders. If you become Lotus God's subordinate, your reputation won't be tarnished. Tiangang said. Ming Tianhan frowned. Nether Monarch sneered. Don't tell me you're worried about Master's strength. Master has transcended at the 15th heaven. Even Kong Huang Tian can't do anything to Master. Moreover, Master is the great evil world's lord. He has the power of an entire world at his disposal. Who can do anything to him in this world? In the four worlds, the only one who can compete with Master is the great thousand worlds lord, the third transcender, Zhong Shan. Ming Tianhan was still frowning. I've already reported to Lotus God. Now it's up to you. Either you submit to Lotus God, White Tiger Emperor, or we kill you together. Nether Monarch said. A confident smile appeared on Tiangang's face as he drank his wine while he waited. Ming Tianhan and Yang frowned. After a while, they looked at each other and nodded. Then what do I have to do? Ming Tianhan asked. That's good. Tiangang, you tell us. Nether Monarch laughed. Tiangang nodded and said, A wise man submits to circumstances. So, you should prepare to inform the entire nation and have all the talents move to the inner South Continent. Inner South Continent? The inner South Continent is vast. Although it has 36 territories, it's filled with miasma and poisonous insects. It's also very difficult to develop it. Ming Tianhan said. No problem. You just need to develop 12 territories. You, Nether Monarch, and I will each take 12 territories. We need to control the inner South Continent as soon as possible. After everything is sorted out, we'll see what happens in the outer East Continent. Tiangang said. The outer West Continent is the territory of the White Tiger Emperor. Similarly, the outer East Continent is also the territory of the Qinglong Emperor. De Zhen and the Qinglong Emperor will have a conflict. If Yen Chuan is killed, then it's fine. But if Yen Chuan is not dead, then it's up to us to take care of the Lotus God. Tiangang said. Kill Yen Chuan? Ming Tianhan's eyes lit up. That's right. Ming Tianhan took a deep breath and nodded. That's great. Back then, Yen Chuan ruined many of my plans. That's great. Let's quickly move to the Great Xing Heavenly Court. Tiangang nodded. Ming Tianhan, Yang, and Nether Monarch raised their wine cups and took a sip. Netherworld, Outer North Continent, Chujiang Hall. There were about 20 strong practitioners, their auras surging towards the Chujiang Palace. At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, Nether River Patriarch looked coldly at the 20 experts. Nether River? Great Emperor Xuanwu sent us to the various territories of the Outer North Continent. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Submit to Great Emperor Xuanwu. The leader of the experts said coldly. Nether River Patriarch sneered. I didn't provoke you, but you dare to provoke me? Go back and inform Great Emperor Xuanwu that I don't care about the other territories in the Outer North Continent. If anyone dares to touch these 10 territories, I'll take their life. As he spoke, a fierce aura rushed toward the group of experts. The expert didn't expect Nether River Patriarch to be so stubborn. Heh, you can't even speak properly. You want to fight for territory? Let Great Emperor Xuanwu talk to me himself. Nether River Patriarch snorted coldly. With a cold snort, the 20 experts' divine souls suddenly trembled. How dare you? The expert shouted in horror. Scram. As soon as the Nether River Patriarch spoke, a ferocious aura rushed toward the 20 elites. Boom. Under the huge impact, the 20 experts seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They were all sent flying thousands of miles away by the impact of the angry rebuke. They barely managed to stabilize their bodies. Their faces were filled with horror. When they looked again, they saw that Nether River Patriarch had already walked into Chujiang Hall. Bang! The door closed with a bang. The group of experts was stunned. Along the way, they didn't expect to meet such a fierce master. They were experts of the Second Era, and they were at the 13th heaven. My lord, what should we do now? One of the experts asked blankly. Go back and report to the Great Emperor. This matter is no longer something we can decide. The leader said. Yes. Yang Realm. Xianying City. Upper Study Room. Heavenly Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates have already surrounded the 3 emperors' holy court. Zhu is determined not to leave. The battle between the 2 sides is about to begin. Lu Gang said with a frown. Zhu? The Central Territory? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, Yan Chuan said, I will personally make a trip to the Central Territory. Gigu Zi, I'll have to rely on you to guard Xianying City during this time. Chapter 1398. 3,000 strong practitioners of the Second Era were awakening. The old order of the world was being disrupted. The subordinates of the great emperors were fine, but the most important thing was the scattered practitioners. For a time, the world was not peaceful. Outer East Continent, a territory. A red-robed practitioner was confronting a group of Great Zhen soldiers. This is my territory back then? Great Zhen? Everyone from Great Zhen, get out of my territory. The red-robed practitioner rebuked angrily. Is that so? A sneer came from the Great Zhen soldiers. Sir. The group of soldiers greeted respectfully. Desolation Hua slowly walked out from the crowd. It's you, the heavenly calamity lone star? The red-robed practitioner's expression changed. It's me. All right, you've caused enough trouble. Now, follow me back to Xianying. Desolation Hua said indifferently. Bastard, Desolation Hua, I'm not afraid of you. The red-robed practitioner glared. Just you? Ridiculous. Desolation Hua's eyes turned cold as he unsheathed his sword. Boom! 1 hour later, the red-robed cultivator was shackled by hundreds of chains with an expression of shame and indignation. Bring him back. Desolation Hua said in a low voice. Yes. Desolation Hua, you and I will mind our own business. At most, I will give up this territory. Why must you be so ruthless? You and I are both from the Second Era. Let me go, I will leave Outer East Continent. The red-robed practitioner shouted gloomily. I'm not familiar with you. What happens in the future depends on your performance. Great Zhen is in need of people. Submitting to Great Zhen is a good choice. Desolation Hua said indifferently. Submit? Impossible. The red-robed practitioner shouted. Think about it on the way. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Desolation Hua said in a low voice. Desolation Hua did not look at him. Where else is causing trouble in Outer East Continent? Desolation Hua looked at an official beside him. Sir, the factory guards sent news that there are experts causing trouble in the purple-green territory. Got it. Desolation Hua nodded. In the blink of an eye, Desolation Hua disappeared again. Netherworld, Inner North Continent. Undying Dojo. The emperor held a long saber in his hand and led a group of disciples who were in a sorry state. He looked coldly at the three powerhouses in front of him. One of the experts was covered in scars, and his face was filled with resentment. So these little bastards are your disciples? The injured expert shouted. Since you injured my third brother, you have to pay the price. No one has dared to bully us, the three brothers of the Elysium, in the second epic. 12 little bastards, I won't let you off so easily. Someone said from the side. One of the emperor's disciples immediately said, Master, it's him. He destroyed one of our branches and insulted our junior sister. We couldn't stand it and fought with him. Originally, we were in a deadlock with the saber formation, but we didn't expect that he had two elder brothers. We could only run back and lose face for our master. Master, it's all my fault. One of the prettier female disciples immediately said. The emperor ignored him. His eyes were filled with coldness. Is he the one who insulted you? Yes. The female disciple immediately replied. Huh, Emperor? You still want to protect them? Before we awakened, we let you do whatever you want in the Inner North Continent. Now that we've awakened, you still want to be impudent in front of us. So what if I insulted her? Did I insult her? I even wanted to insult you. The injured man said with a sinister smile. Xing. The emperor's long saber suddenly slashed out, and a bright saber light instantly illuminated the entire world. Boom. The long saber was retracted, but the man who had spoken rudely just now remained motionless. There was a bloody line on his face that went from the top of his head to the bottom, and traces of blood seeped out from the slits. Third brother? The expressions of the two beside him changed. Bang! The man was suddenly split in half, completely dead. The second epic? That's all there is to it. The emperor said coldly. As for the disciples, when they looked at their emperor again, their eyes were filled with boundless reverence. Master broke through again? Yes, Master has become stronger again. With just one slash, he killed a powerhouse of the second epic? Bastard, you killed my third brother? He wants to reincarnate, and it will take many years for him to return. A person next to him shouted angrily. The people I kill have always had their bodies and souls destroyed. Reincarnation? The emperor showed a trace of disdain. The other two shuddered. He insulted my disciple and my undying dojo. Then he should be aware of this. Not only will he die, but you will also be implicated. A cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. You're courting death. The two powerhouses each pulled out their long swords. The emperor stepped forward. Boom. The three of them fought together. Not long after. With a loud bang, the battle separated. The emperor stepped back. The two powerhouses in midair were torn into pieces, and they died with grievances. Pass down the order, anyone from the second epic who stayed in the Inner North Continent must either get out of the Inner North Continent immediately or report to the Undying Dojo immediately. Otherwise die. The emperor said to the 12th disciple in a deep voice. The 12th disciple responded. Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, 3 Emperors Holy Court. Ju sat on the dragon throne with a gloomy face. In the main hall, the officials were extremely anxious. Holy King, this is bad. The subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei have quickly integrated all the surrounding territories. The 3 Emperors Holy Court has also suffered a huge blow. It's too fast. The 3 Emperors Holy Court controlled 5 territories, and we've already lost 4. Only the central territory is left. One of the officials said anxiously. The commanders of the Elephant Legion, Lion Legion, Leopard Legion, and Crocodile Legion were all wiped out. Even the Sandstorm Legion was defeated. Another official said anxiously. Ju's fingers pinched the armrest of the dragon throne slightly, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. The three emperors' holy court, I wanted to establish a prosperous heavenly court for the monster race, but the Elephant Legion, Lion Legion, Leopard Legion, and Crocodile Legion were all defeated? How did they lose? Ju said in a deep voice. The strength of the 36 celestial stars is too strong. They took the head of a general from an army of 10,000 and killed the legion commanders. Suddenly, the army was without a leader, and all our efforts were in vain. The official said bitterly. What about the Sandstorm Legion? That's the invincible legion of the third epic of the Tsar. Each of them is an elite. How could they be defeated so quickly? Ju said in a deep voice again. The 7th Legion commander of the Big Dipper, Star Lord Vanquisher, personally took action. Star Lord Vanquisher? Ju's eyes flashed with an unpleasant look. Holy King, please make a decision quickly. The official said worriedly. Ju fell silent. At this moment, boom. A ferocious aura suddenly rushed over from the south. Ju's expression changed. He stepped forward and led the officials out of the Three Emperors' Palace. In the plaza of the Three Emperors' Palace, Ju wore a dragon robe and looked at the 2 mountain peaks in the distance. 5 figures stood on each of the 2 mountain peaks. Each of them had 1 person in the lead, and 4 people stood behind him. On the mountain peak on the left was a man in armor. He had a red cloak draped over his shoulders and held a long spear in his hand. There was a sense of arrogance between his brows. Star Lord Vanquisher? One of the officials' expression changed. On the other mountain peak was a man in yellow robes. He had a scar on his face and a long saber on his back. Star Lord Ravenous Wolf? Another official said in surprise. Tianji, Tianyong, Tianxiong, Tianmeng, Tianxian, Tianying, Tianli, and Tianshang? 8 of the 36 heavenly stars are subordinates of the 2 great star lords? Another person analyzed. Ju looked at Vanquisher and Ravenous Wolf. In the distance, Vanquisher and Ravenous Wolf also looked at Ju coldly. Ju, did you not listen to what I said that day? Vanquisher said coldly. Listen? How can I give up my country just because of 1 sentence from you? Ju said in a low voice. Country? Ha, what a joke. However, it seems like you are also a proud person. Today I will give you a choice. Submit to Great Emperor Ziwei. Otherwise, get lost immediately, Vanquisher said in a low voice. Ha, what a joke. Submit? Ziwei is not worthy, Ju said in a low voice. How dare you? Ravenous Wolf shouted. You are courting death. Vanquisher's eyes turned cold. The 2 of you came here to chase me away, right? It is useless to say more. I will not compromise, Ju said in a low voice. You brought this upon yourself. Vanquisher snorted coldly. He suddenly swung the long spear in his hand and stabbed it in Ju's direction. Boom! A huge manifested spear with a diameter of 30,000 feet pierced through the void and crashed toward Ju. The huge aura immediately pressed down on countless cultivators, causing them to fall to the ground. Boom! Under the attack of the manifested spear, the surrounding protective formation could not withstand a single blow. Star-picking hand, Ju shouted angrily. Boom! The manifested palm and manifested spear collided. The void shook violently in midair. Countless buildings in Three Emperors City collapsed with a loud bang. A large number of officials were pushed back by the impact. What's wrong? Everyone looked horrified. Impossible. This is Vanquisher Star Lord 15th Heaven? Someone exclaimed. How is this possible? Jiaohu's voice filled the surroundings. Before the second broker appeared, there were pitifully few people in the 15th heaven. They were Kong Huangtian, Chao, and Hongjun. At that time, there were only these 3. Now, a Star Lord under Great Emperor Ziwei was actually at the 15th heaven? Everyone could not help but be shocked. In the distance, Vanquisher, whose spear did not have any effect, frowned slightly. Star-picking hand? In the current world, there are not many people who can catch my manifested spear with their palm. Vanquisher said. That's because you are ignorant. Ju stepped forward and soared into the sky. Citizens of the Three Emperors' Holy Hall, listen up. The Three Emperors' Holy Hall is facing a great calamity. I need everyone to raise their right hands and borrow my strength to repel the enemy. Zhu shouted. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from above the sea of Providence clouds. Zhu's voice echoed throughout the central territory. Boom! Countless forces gathered from all directions and rushed straight to Zhu's body. Zhu's strength continued to rise. In the distance, Vanquisher smiled coldly and said, You only have the central territory left. How much strength can you have? Furthermore, although you just entered the 15th heaven, you are already at the 15th heaven. Is the strength of the citizens of this territory useful to you? At the very least, it can help me defeat you, Zhu said. As Zhu spoke, a white jade pendant flew out. The jade pendant turned into a huge white dragon that accompanied Zhu. Talisman scripts appeared on Zhu's hands as he used the star-picking hand to resist Vanquisher Star-Lord. Chapter 1399. A Battle of the 15th Layer of Heaven. Both Zhu and defeating armies flew into the starry sky. Given their destructive power, if they fought on the ground, the entire central territory would be in ruins. Zhu wanted to protect the Three Emperors' holy court, while defeating armies wanted to conquer the central territory for Great Emperor Ziwei. This would be Great Emperor Ziwei's residence in the future, so they naturally didn't want to destroy it. As the two powerhouses fought, a large number of stars in the shallow star layer were bombarded and shattered. Large black holes in the void were crazily sucking in everything around them. Boom, boom, boom. Even though they were separated by an infinite distance, the vibrations could still be heard. Not only in the sky above the central territory, but also in the entire 36 territories of the Middle Sky continent. The cultivators of the Middle Sky continent all looked up at the sky. Most of the officials of the Three Emperors' Holy Court looked at the starry sky with worried expressions. They were worried that something would happen to the sacred king. However, a small number of officials looked around and quietly retreated from the crowd. It was no wonder that some people didn't have other plans. Star-Lord defeating armies was the 7th Army Commander under Great Emperor Ziwei. 7th? He was already at the 15th layer of heaven. Wouldn't the other army commanders be just as powerful? Even if the civil officials were excluded, if the remaining generals reached the same height as defeating armies, who would be able to stop them? There was also the even stronger Great Emperor Ziwei. It was no wonder that Great Emperor Ziwei was rumored to be the strongest among the great emperors. Tan Lang carried a long sword on his back and looked up at the battle. In another hidden place at the foot of the mountain of the Three Emperors' Holy Court, there were 3 figures standing there. Yan Chuan, the Butterfly Queen, and Miao. Miao, Yan Chuan, what are you doing here? Miao asked. Why are you following me? Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Miao, isn't it fun for you to come out and cause trouble? Of course, I have to follow you. Father is dead, and she doesn't like to talk during this period. I have to bring her out to relax. Miao immediately shouted. Who doesn't like to talk? The Butterfly Queen retorted. Whoever answers is the winner. Miao Miao said with a flip of its head. You. The Butterfly Queen was speechless. Yan Chuan looked at the battle in the starry sky and said solemnly, Pajuan, greedy wolf? Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates are indeed full of talents. We've seen Greedy Wolf before, but we've never seen defeating armies before. We were still young at that time, so many of us don't remember him. Miao shook her head. Did they go to your house in the second epic? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Of course, he was very polite to my father back then. Miao said proudly. Nest, it seems to be at the 15th layer of heaven, right? They were courteous to your father? Yan Chuan asked curiously. My father's seniority is the same as Great Emperor Ziwei and the others. Originally, my father's cultivation could have improved further, but something happened. Anyway, my father suddenly couldn't improve his cultivation, so he stopped at the 15th heavenly layer. He even created the heavenly layer. He hoped that someone could use this opportunity to defeat him and achieve the 16th heavenly layer. That way, he could take one step closer and fulfill his lifelong wish. Explained Butterfly Queen. You mean that Nest suddenly couldn't continue to improve due to special reasons, so he entrusted his dream to someone else? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. It's this little felt hat. My father lost the chance to improve because he wanted to refine this hat. Meow said dejectedly. She looked at the little felt hat she had been wearing all this time and was a little annoyed. I heard that it's called the Crow Gold Nest? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Yes, the Crow Gold Nest. Isn't it just a spatial artifact? I don't know what happened to my father back then. Meow showed a hint of sadness. That's impossible. Other than a spatial artifact, there should be other functions. Yen Chuan said curiously. There's no other function. It's just more sturdy. At that time, I was angry that this little felt hat caused my father to lose the chance to improve. I tried to tear it apart, but I couldn't. However, speaking of differences, there was one. Meow recalled. Oh. Yen Chuan and Butterfly Queen looked puzzled. In the past, it could only store inanimate objects. Now, it can store living things. Meow said. Living things? This is a small world opened up by the nest? Yen Chuan asked curiously. It can't be. I don't know. Anyway, the space inside seems to be growing every day. Then it could store living things. Then, some grass grew on its own. Meow said. Oh, you're saying that it's expanding on its own? It even gave birth to life? Yen Chuan became serious. Yen Chuan knew about some small worlds, and even Yen Chuan himself could open them up. They were just small spaces, but if he wanted to maintain a small world, he would have to constantly send in waves of power. Moreover, everything inside was moved in from the outside world. But this Crow Gold Nest can grow on its own? This space has its own life? Meow, I don't know. Anyway, it's getting bigger. Meow nodded. Let me see. Yen Chuan said. It's useless even if I show it to you. Only my father and I can use it. No one else can use it, not even Xiao Dai. Meow said directly. Yen Chuan grabbed the small felt hat and tested it carefully. Sure enough, it was just an ordinary small hat. Black Gold Nest. Yen Chuan revealed a strange expression. While Yen Chuan and the others were studying the felt hat, the battle in the starry sky was becoming more and more intense. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu might be able to mobilize the power of an entire country, but the three emperors' sacred hall's territory was too small. The power of a nation was too little. Attacking again and again, the fierce army destroyer gained the upper hand. Ah, Zhu, you've only just entered the 15th layer of heaven. Mobilizing the power of an entire country is far from enough to make up for your innate quality. If you had stabilized for a period of time, you might have been able to contend with me. But now, Humph, do you know how many years I've been in the 15th layer of heaven? Destroy. Army Destroyer shouted as his long spear slammed forward. Along with Zhu's by long, the spear exploded and collided with Zhu's two palms. Zhu was sent flying, but the star-plucking hand was unharmed. What a powerful pair of hands. You're actually unharmed? Army Destroyer sighed. Zhu was forced back, and his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Army Destroyer? The victor is still undecided. Zhu said coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly looked up into the starry sky and into the depths of the starry sky. Suddenly, he stared at the Army Destroyer. The Army Destroyer's star energy enveloped Army Destroyer, which was the source of his power. Humph, star-plucking hand. Zhu suddenly shouted. A palm suddenly rushed into the depths of the starry sky. On the huge palm, countless runes pulsed. It was incomparably strange. Zhu's hand directly rushed towards the Army Destroyer. What? Ah, Zhu, is your brain damaged? Army Destroyer laughed disdainfully. But halfway through his laughter, boom, the star-plucking hand's palm suddenly squeezed the Army Destroyer. What? The Army Destroyer's face changed. What? Zhu shouted again. Rumble. In the depths of the starry sky, the Army Destroyer suddenly shook. In an instant, the Army Destroyer's power went out of control. One had to know that the Army Destroyer's power came from the Army Destroyer. Now that his natal star was disturbed, the Army Destroyer naturally bore the brunt. Without the power of his natal star, the army destroyer would not be able to withstand a single blow. Impossible! Army destroyer exclaimed. But Ju shouted again with a ferocious expression. Army destroyer suddenly lost more than half of his power, and his body was pushed back by an aura. Not good. Below, Greed's face changed. Everyone, quickly subdue the 3 Emperor Holy Court. Greed shouted to his 8 subordinates. The 8 of them shouted. Tan Lang took a step and soared into the sky. He charged towards the battlefield. In the sky, the star-plucking hand was always successful. In the past, as long as the star-plucking hand grasped a star in the shallow star layer, it could instantly crush it. But now, the army destroyer only shook a little and was unable to continue. Impossible, it's just a star. I can break you, Ju said with a ferocious expression. Boom. In an instant, all the stars in the depths of the starry sky lit up. Whether it was the netherworld or the world of the living, they all lit up. What? 3,000 stars are actually connected as one? Ju exclaimed. In other words, to destroy the army destroyer, one must have the power to move 3,000 stars at the same time. Although the star-plucking hand was powerful, it was not at such a perverse level. It could only block the lifeline of the army destroyer. Greed kill. A white saber aura rushed toward Ju from below. Ju's expression changed. In a hurry, he could only use his other hand to attack with the star-plucking hand. Boom! The saber and palm collided, and Ju was sent flying, smashing through a large number of stars. The hand holding the army destroyer also suddenly loosened. The army destroyer instantly regained his strength. Army destroyer roared. Army destroyer and Greed surrounded Ju. Star-plucking hand? What technique is this? Ju. Army destroyer's eyes flashed with urgency. Star-plucking hand? Pajun's and Tanlang's eyes shone with a faint light. This technique was too strange. It seemed to be specially designed to restrain the cultivators of the Second Era. It might be ineffective against Great Emperor Ziwei, but it was a fatal threat to Army Destroyer. This was a technique that could instantly restrain a 15th level Heaven cultivator. Although it could only be used on one star and could only be used on one person, it was still extremely fatal to Army Destroyer. A cold light flashed in Ju's eyes. He naturally did not want to tell them. Just based on this technique of yours, you will definitely die. We will not leave any loopholes. Star-plucking hand? Let it be destroyed forever. Army Destroyer's eyes flashed with a cold light. Below, Yen Chuan, Butterfly Queen, and Miao kept staring at the starry sky. Star-plucking hand? Yen Chuan looked at the starry sky solemnly. Miao shook her head and said, I've seen this star-plucking hand before. In the past, it was a very weak cultivator. He was probably just an ancient immortal, but his hands were cultivated to the peak. He could even crush an ancestral immortal and made a name for himself. Unfortunately, that person died later. I thought the star-plucking hand was lost. I didn't expect it to be passed down to Ju after a generation. Ju is going to lose. Oh! Greed is the strongest of the Big Dipper 9 stars. Army Destroyer has almost suppressed him. Now that Greed has joined the fray, Ju has no chance of winning. Moreover, the star-plucking hand can only restrain one star. Butterfly Queen said in a low voice. Chapter 1400. In the Netherworld, the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment moved to the inner South Continent. With the Heavenly Court's strength, they were naturally invincible. The news of the Heavenly Court's migration spread across the world. At the same time, news of the Western White Tiger Emperor moving to the Western Outer Continent spread. Some people showed disdain for the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment, while others thought that the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment knew when to advance and retreat in this chaotic world. Regardless, the migration had caused the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment to lose a lot of vitality. In the inner South Continent, the Heavenly Court of Great Punishment only took 12 territories. The other 24 territories were divided into two. The rise of the Nether King and the establishment of the 12 palaces, dividing them into 12 territories, was extremely smooth. The other 12 territories were the territory of the Transcendence, Astral Vault. Within Astral Vault Palace, a black-robed man respectfully reported everything that had happened. The Nether King? His 12 palaces have been planned for a long time? They aren't any slower than Ming Tianhan? Astral Vault said in a low voice. The black-robed man respectfully said, the Nether King is quite scheming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been favored by the Lotus Goddess. The 12 palaces were already his faction back in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. They are all his subordinates. With the help of the Lotus Goddess, their cultivation speed is extremely fast. Furthermore, the Nether King chose the former Zhou family's base. Many places have been straightened out by the Zhou family, so it's easy to take over. The black-robed man said respectfully, Oh Ming Tianhan? The Nether King? We can't be slower than them. Astral Vault said in a low voice. Don't worry, my lord. My lord has subdued the experts of the second epoch. With their help, we won't be slower than them. I've already asked them to subdue the various factions in the 12 territories. Soon, we will be able to unify the 12 territories. However, after unifying them, we still need to decide on what mechanism to set up. The black-robed man said in a low voice. Mechanism? Astral Vault looked at the black-robed man. There are two. The first is the sect mechanism. We will set up 10 factions and a network system. They will compete with each other, just like the 12 palaces of the Nether King. It's quick to straighten out the 12 territories. The weakness is that the sense of belonging isn't strong enough. The second method is to establish an official system to govern the people, establish laws, and pacify the hearts of the people. Once completed, the sense of belonging would be extremely strong, just like the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. However, the weakness is that it takes a long time for it to take effect, the black-robed man said respectfully. Astral Vault looked at the black-robed man. Not long after I arrived in this world, I could already see how extraordinary you were. In the inner South Continent where poisonous insects spread, you were able to dominate a territory with your mediocre strength. From this, one can see how wise you are. You flatter me, my lord. Overpraised? You are worthy of it. To be able to take in someone stronger than you as a subordinate, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Don't worry, as long as you do well, I will not treat you unfairly. When the great evil world and this world merge, I will let you have even greater authority. Tian Gang said solemnly. Yes, thank you, my lord. I'm a feng shui cultivator, so I'm not familiar with sex or country construction. You know my situation, so do as you see fit. I'll need you to work hard on my 12 weaves. Tian Gang said with a smile. I swear to repay you with my life. The black-robed man bowed respectfully. I've never misjudged people, Snake Emperor. Duel. The black-robed man smiled. Yes. Snake Emperor answered. Yang Realm, Central Weaves, Zhu was fighting Greed Wolf and defeating armies. As the Butterfly Queen had guessed, Greed Wolf was even more ferocious than defeating armies. For a time, Zhu was forced back by the two experts. He barely managed to block the two's fatal attacks with his palms. However, in the past 2 hours, Zhu no longer had his previous demeanor. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in huge bloody wounds from sabers and spears. He was completely suppressed. Every time he attacked, he felt like he would die under the two's weapons at any moment. Roar! Zhu roared and used all his strength. However, even with all his strength, he could not do anything to the two. The two were simply too ferocious. Below, countless officials did not dare to look directly at them. Some loyal officials even soared into the sky. However, how could the 8 subordinates of Greed Wolf and defeating armies let them go up? They quickly suppressed them. Boom! Boom! Zhu was hit again and again. His palms attacked the sabers and spears again and again. What a powerful pair of hands. No wonder they can move the stars. Star-plucking hand? Defeating armies exclaimed. Boom! Greed Wolf sent Zhu flying again. He crashed into a large number of stars, and finally, his body sank into a star. The two experts looked at Zhu coldly. Zhu seemed to have gone crazy after every battle. He never thought of running away. As a 15th layer heaven expert, Zhu had a high chance of escaping. However, he did not. Escaping meant that he had completely given up on the three emperors' holy court. Greed Wolf and defeating armies could not understand. However, after fighting until now, the two of them admired Ju's unyielding spirit. He knew that he could not do it, but he still did it. In some people's eyes, such a person was full of pedantry, but in others' eyes, there was respect. The three emperors' holy court? In the end, Ju refused to give up. Ju's body was injured in many places. These were just the external injuries. His internal injuries were even more serious. Ugh! Ju suddenly vomited. Greed Wolf and defeating armies frowned. Ugh! Ugh! Ju vomited again and again as if he was going to vomit. Ugh! Phew! Finally, Ju vomited. Pejun's and Tanlang's expressions changed. They looked over and saw a man coming out of the Huey's mouth. The man was unconscious. He looked exactly like Ju. He spat out a person? Defeating armies said in shock. Below, in a valley. Meow. Is that Yao Tianshang? Meow said in shock. Wasn't Yao Tianshang eaten by Ju? Why is he vomiting again? Butterfly Queen said in shock. On the other hand, Yen Chuan let out a long sigh as a glint flashed across his eyes. High up in the sky, Yao Tianshang was unconscious. Gradually, he seemed to wake up and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he instantly saw everything around him. His head shook violently as if he had suddenly understood everything. Defeating armies and Greed Wolf looked at Yao Tianshang, who suddenly appeared and hesitated. Ju could still spit out a person? What kind of cultivation technique was this? But why haven't you been digested? If you fuse with me, I will be stronger. Ju stood up gently while holding his chest. How much stronger? I am only at the 14th heaven. Back then, even if you were stronger, you could only reach the 15th heaven. Now that you can't be any stronger. You should know that the third era's Tsar was only at the 14th heaven. Yao Tianshang said after taking a deep breath. Then why are you fine? Ju stared at Yao Tianshang while holding his wound. My birth chart has changed. Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. What do you mean? Ju frowned. My birth chart has fused with the birth chart of the second era's rabbit race ancestor. Yao Tianshang didn't hide anything. The birth chart of the rabbit race ancestor? Yen Chuan? Yen Chuan gave it to you? Why did he give it to you? I remember now. Back in the South Outer Continent, you were the one who released the two great perfection cultivators that the Tsar captured. Ju's eyes lit up. Ju's shrewdness and scheming were top-notch. It was just that he had been unlucky all this time. He quickly figured out the mystery behind this. Yao Tianshang nodded. I saw that the Tsar wanted to devour you and me. I think you saw it too, so I had to leave a way out. I didn't expect you to devour the Tsar. He underestimated you. You were even wary of me? Ju asked in a low voice. You are too calm. I was a little scared, so I didn't tell you. I made a deal with Yen Chuan privately. He agreed to help me, so he gave me the precious primogenitor's birth chart. Yao Tianshang explained. You used the sky-burying coffin? Ju stared at Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang nodded. I was wondering why I couldn't find the sky-burying coffin. In the past, I felt that it was a pity. Now, it seems like it is indeed a pity. Ju said in a low voice. But the sky-burying coffin doesn't seem strong, but I am sure it is extraordinary. There are a total of 9 of them. Yen Chuan was even willing to use a primogenitor's birth chart to exchange for the sky-burying coffin. This means that your primogenitor's birth chart is inferior to the sky-burying coffin. Ju said as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yao Tianshang frowned as he stared at Ju. However, this is also good. You won't be able to protect the sky-burying coffin. Rather than letting Yen Chuan snatch it away in the future, you might as well exchange for this birth chart. Ju said in a low voice. So, it is Yao Tianshang? Defeating armies said with narrowed eyes. Defeating armies had the memories of the second epoch. He also had the memories of this life. Based on their conversation, he quickly figured out the relationship between the two. You talk too much. The Greed Wolf said coldly. Boom. The army destroyer spears smashed the planet the two of them were on. Let's go, Ju. You can't beat them, Yao Tianshang urged. But I will not give up on the three emperor holy court, Ju said in a low voice. But the future is long, Yao Tianshang shouted. You don't understand. You don't have any sensitivity to the world. The future is long? If you lose the three emperor holy court today, there will be no future. Do you know how fast the world has developed over the past few years? Ju shouted. However, if you continue, you will die in battle. If you die, you will lose everything. If you live, there is still hope, Yao Tianshang urged anxiously. Although Ju had once devoured Yao Tianshang, the two were the same person back then. But? However, I would rather die than live like that. I would rather die with the three emperor holy court, Ju said stubbornly. But are you crazy? Yao Tianshang exclaimed. You don't understand. You don't understand. This is my lifelong wish. This is a wish that I can fight for until I die. I lived for this wish. Now that this wish is shattered, I have nothing left to live for, Ju shouted. I don't understand. I don't understand. As long as you live, you can start over again. Even if you can't start over again, at least you will still be alive. Haha, alive? What do you know? Back then, when I gave you the memories of my previous life, did you still not understand? Right. To you, it is just an additional memory. However, to me, it is unforgettable. In my previous life, when I was young, I was a little rabbit demon. As I grew up, I suffered many hardships, many abuses, and many injustices. However, I did not admit defeat. I could endure the most bitter of hardships. However, I must become someone above others. I must. 40,000 years ago, in the sealed world, I did it. I became the strongest person in the world back then. But when I reached a certain height, I realized that I was still above the rest. If I ascended, I wouldn't even be worth a fart. I learned everything about the immortal realm from an immortal. I realized that the best way was to become an emperor, the #1 emperor in the world. But I was a demon, just a demon. I could not establish a dynasty. I refused to accept this. I must become an emperor. At that time, there was only one path in front of me. Split my soul, reincarnate, and erase all traces of this life. In other words, suicide. Did you know that the success rate was only 30%? The other 70% was to turn into ashes, never to return. For this day, I could even throw away my life. I killed myself. Haha, do you know how long I hesitated? However, I finally did it. Now, everything is going according to my plan. However, my luck has always been bad. I understand that if I lose the three emperor holy court today, I will never have another chance. But I refuse to accept this. But why was I born at the wrong time? Ju raised his head and roared. But Yao Tianshang said worriedly, the three emperor holy court is my everything. If it is destroyed, what will I live for? Hide in a corner? Impossible. I can't submit to the other forces. I, Ju, will never submit to anyone. Unless I die. Ju roared with bloodshot eyes. But that might not be the case. Yao Tianshang said anxiously. Yao Tianshang, I see the world's situation more clearly than you. There are no more chances in this world. One wrong step and you will never be able to turn things around. Perhaps there is still a chance? Yao Tianshang frowned. So you can only be like this forever. Yao Tianshang frowned but did not care. In my previous life, before I killed myself, I understood my heart. I would rather be a dazzling shooting star than a dim star. My life and the three emperor holy court are one. Yao Tianshang could not understand Ju's thoughts, but he could understand Ju's feelings. For a moment, he did not know how to persuade him. Yao Tianshang, leave this place to me. It doesn't matter if I die. At least, I still have you. You and I have different attitudes towards life. However, you are still alive. You are me and I am you. Leave quickly, Ju said in a low voice. Leave? But Yao Tianshang looked at Ju with some fear. At this moment, Pajun flew over again. Pa leave? Ju, do you think I will let him go? Pajun sneered. Ju's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Pajun. Eliminate evil and cut the weeds by the roots. If you die, do you think I will let this scourge live? So that I can find trouble for myself in the future? Pajun said coldly. Cut the weeds by the roots. Moreover, he is you and you are him. Since I have decided to kill you, how can I let you escape? So, you and Yao Tianshang must die. Pajun said coldly. In your dreams. Ju's eyes were red as he suddenly stood in front of Yao Tianshang. Chapter 1401. After a short conversation, the battle started again. However, this time, Ju was even more ferocious. Other than guarding the three emperors' holy hall, he also had the responsibility of protecting Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang wanted to help a few times, but he couldn't. Time and time again, he was instantly repelled by his opponent, and even he himself was severely injured from the recoil. Leave quickly. I'm here. Ju shouted with a glare. There are two of us and there are two of you as well. Can he escape? Defeating armies sneered. You can try to kill Yao Tianshang by yourself. When that happens, I will die with the other. Ju said with a glare. Die with them? When they thought of Ju's ability, their faces turned ugly. They didn't know if they could die together, but if there was only one of them, Ju's star-plucking hand would go straight for the other party's natal star. Leave quickly. Ju shouted after being injured by the two again. Yao Tianshang looked jealous. He wanted to stay and help Ju, but he couldn't beat the two of them. Moreover, as time passed, Ju would definitely die. Leave quickly. Ju shouted again. Roar. Yao Tianshang roared angrily and shot towards the east with a strong sense of unwillingness. Just like that, it was Ju and defeating armies again. Boom! Boom! After a series of heavy attacks, Ju's body was covered in blood. More and more injuries appeared. On the other side, Ju gradually disappeared into the horizon. More importantly, Yao Tianshang suddenly entered the forest below and fled towards the distant sea. Everyone was at the 15th heavenly layer. No matter how far Yao Tianshang ran, they could still see him. However, if he hid, it would be difficult to find him. Even if he appeared in front of them again, the world was so big that they couldn't see him clearly. There were too many creatures. They couldn't find him even if they tried. Defeating armies and greedy wolf became anxious. Defeating armies, go after Yao Tianshang and kill him. Tan Lang shouted. What? No, it's too dangerous. Defeating armies shouted. No, don't worry. I'll be fine. The key is Yao Tianshang. Go quickly. Tan Lang shouted. Defeating armies' face darkened. He frowned, nodded, and shot into the distance. Stop. Ju's expression changed. Now, your opponent is me. Greed slashed down with his saber. Boom. Ju was instantly sent flying thousands of miles away. I've said it before. Yao Tianshang must die. Just wait and see. Pajun will definitely kill him. Tan Lang said with certainty. In the distance, defeating armies was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the horizon, and his spear crashed into the sea below. Boom! Under the huge force, a part of the sea exploded. In the explosion, a figure was instantly sent flying. Yao Tianshang? Haha, you still want to escape? Defeating armies laughed complacently. On the other side, Ju's eyes were spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with rage. Yao Tianshang was about to be killed? Roar! Ju roared in grief and indignation. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the starry sky. Star-picking hand. Ju roared in grief and indignation. Using the star-picking hand, Ju's middle door was wide open. Chop! Tan Lang slashed down with his blade. Ju gritted his teeth and glared fiercely. With a loud roar, his hand moved even faster. He stared at the blade and only released his energy shield to block it. Boom! The blade shattered the energy shield and stabbed into Ju's chest. Ju's face instantly turned red. He bit his lips to prevent blood from spurting out. Boom! The star-picking hand grabbed the Tan Lang star. Rumble! The ravenous wolf star suddenly shook, immediately causing the 3,000 stars to brighten. In an instant, Tan Lang's star power decreased. What? Tan Lang's expression changed. In the distance, defeating armies, who was about to kill Yao Tiansheng, suddenly stopped. Oh no! Defeating armies' expression changed. He turned around and shot toward Tan Lang. Yao Tiansheng was lucky enough to escape. He also saw the scene in the distance. Zhu's chest was pierced by Tan Lang's blade. He risked his chest being pierced by the blade to buy himself a chance to escape. Zhu! Yao Tiansheng's eyes turned red. In an instant, Yao Tiansheng's mind was filled with countless memories. Who are you? I'm you, Yao Tiansheng. I am you from your previous life. You can call me Zhu. Yao Tiansheng, from today onwards, I will teach you everything. I will teach you how to become the strongest in the world. Yao Tiansheng, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. There is no distinction because you and I are one. Yao Tiansheng, I will establish the heavenly court. I will be the heavenly emperor, and you will be the heavenly emperor. Whatever I have, you will have. At any time, your status will be the same as mine. I will share my world with you forever. Sigh, in the sealed world, one step behind, one step behind. Just a little more, just a little more. When the second Emperor Holy Court becomes strong, you can do whatever you want in the world. Because of me, no matter how big the grudge you have, the second Emperor Holy Court will always be your strong backing. Because my everything is also your everything. In an instant, Zhu's words filled his mind. Yao Tiansheng burst into tears. Zhu! Yao Tiansheng choked with sobs. He took a step forward and rushed into the forest again, quickly escaping. Yao Tiansheng understood that Zhu had used his life to exchange for a chance of survival. If he couldn't escape, Zhu's sacrifice would have been in vain. Yao Tiansheng cried as he ran into the forest. On the other side, Zhu had a long saber in his chest. He grabbed the ravenous wolf star in the sky with one hand and watched Yao Tiansheng escape. As he watched Yao Tiansheng leave, a sorrowful smile appeared on his blood-stained face. The smile was very difficult, and Pejun rushed over in a flustered and exasperated manner. On the other side, Ravenous Wolf's strength was unstable. He held the long saber in his hand and looked at Zhu with a ferocious expression. He stabbed forward again. Zhu's face was ferocious, and his other hand suddenly rushed towards Ravenous Wolf. He could use the star-plucking hand with both hands. However, as long as one hand plucked the star, the power in the other hand would be transferred. However, even if Zhu's other hand didn't have the power to pluck the star, he was still at the 15th heavenly layer. Now that Ravenous Wolf had lost his strength, how could he block this palm? That Zhu said viciously. Boom! Oofed. The ferocious palm hit Ravenous Wolf's weak body. Ravenous Wolf's body was instantly deformed, and his bones were crushed. Ravenous Wolf spat out a mouthful of blood, and he crashed into a large number of stars in the distance. Bastard! Pejun's spear hit Zhu from behind. Boom! Zhu's chest was blasted open, and his innards instantly shattered. His right hand plucked the star, and his right arm was blasted away. Boom! The vast star-plucking palm exploded, and endless astral energy descended from the sky and entered Ravenous Wolf's body. Zhu's body was almost blasted apart, and only half of his body was left. As for the remaining half of his body, it was filled with countless cracks. Fate shattered? You're lucky, Pejun said coldly. As he spoke, Pejun rushed towards the stars in the distance to look for Ravenous Wolf. Zhu's entire body weakened. He grabbed his right hand in the air with his left hand, and a sorrowful expression appeared on his face. Under Pejun's star-plucking palm, Zhu's right arm was completely blasted apart, but his other hand was unharmed. Zhu's body flashed, and he disappeared. In the distance, Yao Tiansheng quickly fled. Suddenly, the void beside him shook, and a pool of flesh and blood fell out. Zhu? Yao Tiansheng was delighted at first, but his expression quickly turned to one of horror. Zhu said weakly, "How did this happen? Are you okay?" Yao Tiansheng exclaimed. "My fate shattered, and I'm finally going to die. At the very least, I can die in front of you." Ju said bitterly. Go, 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 I'm here to tell you my last words. Ju said. Yao Tianshang hugged Ju and quickly fled. He cried, tell me. After I die, don't bury me. Eat me. I want to be buried in your body. You and I are one. Although we're not fused, we're still one. I have no regrets. Ju said weakly. No, you'll be fine. Yao Tianshang cried. Ha, you don't understand. My fate isn't as simple as shattering. It's gone. Just now, it was shattered by Pajun. I'm just a corpse now. It's only my will that has supported me until now. I don't have much to say. Ju said bitterly. Yao Tianshang cried. You're not someone who wants to conquer the world. Don't learn from me. Go to Dezhen's heavenly court. You have the rabbit ancestor's fate. You can become the ruler of Dezhen's rabbit race. Yan Chuan will definitely accept you. Ju said weakly. I know, I want to avenge you. Yao Tianshang cried. I am you. If you live, I live. I don't want you to avenge me. I just want you to live. Ju shook his head. Yao Tianshang cried. On the other side, Pajun found the ravenous wolf. The ravenous wolf's body was about to be smashed into meat paste by Ju's final counterattack. He was on the verge of death. Fortunately, the ravenous wolf star's star power rushed over. This gave the ravenous wolf a chance to recover. The star power enveloped him and he recovered quickly. Ravenous wolf, how are you? Pajun asked worriedly. I won't die. I was careless. This injury will take at least a year to recover. The ravenous wolf said with a bitter smile. Tianji, Tiansheng, you bastards. Hurry up and come up. Defeating armies shouted at the people below. The 8 subordinates quickly rushed into the starry heavens. Milord? Milord, how are you? Everyone asked anxiously. The ravenous wolf won't die. However, he can't be disturbed. You guys, take good care of the ravenous wolf. Kill anyone who dares to disturb him. Pajun shouted. The 8 answered. Milord, where are you going? Tianshang asked. I'm going to bring Yao Tianshang back and let the ravenous wolf deal with him. You guys wait here, Pajun said. Everyone answered. Swish. Pajun shot off into the distance with great hatred in his heart to search for Yao Tianshang. Chapter 1402. Defeating armies flew at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 million miles away. However, Yao Tianshang had already disappeared. Defeating armies' face darkened. He waved his hand and said, Astral energy, search. Buzz. A large amount of starlight shone on the ground. Instantly, wherever the starlight shone, a faint shadow appeared. The shadow looked like Yao Tianshang, and it was slowly disappearing in a certain direction. Trying to escape? Defeating armies' eyes turned cold. He quickly chased after the shadow. In the distance, Yao Tianshang hugged half of Ju's body in grief. Although Ju was his previous incarnation, it was Ju who taught him since he was young. Yao Tianshang instinctively relied on Ju, just like his own master. However, Ju had perished together with Tan Lang in order to escape for him. I am you. As long as you are alive, I am alive. I don't want you to take revenge. I just want you to live. Ju said weakly. No, one day I will take revenge for you. I must take revenge. Don't worry. I am no match for them now. I will bear with it. I will. This hatred is irreconcilable. Tan Lang, defeating armies, I will tear them into pieces. Yao Tianshang howled in grief. Ju wanted to stop him, but she was too weak. She smiled bitterly. Tear me into pieces? Do you think you still have a chance? A loud roar sounded in front of Yao Tianshang. Boom! Under the ferocious aura, the surrounding forest was razed to the ground. Yao Tianshang stopped abruptly. He looked at the figure in front of him in shock. It was defeating armies, who was wearing a red cloak and looking furious. Defeating armies? Yao Tianshang's eyes were red. You! Ju said weakly in fear. Ju had no way to reverse the situation. She was most worried about Yao Tianshang. Roar! Defeating armies suddenly roared. A thunderous roar rang out, and the surrounding space tremored violently. It was like a shockwave that rushed towards Yao Tianshang. Boom! Yao Tianshang flew back 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. Defeating armies, do you really want to kill them all? Zhu asked weakly. Defeating armies' furious expression suddenly calmed down. He waved his hand. Boom! The area where the three of them were was suddenly enveloped by countless golden lights. Under the enshroud of golden light, the space around them trembled violently, making it impossible for the outside world to see what was going on inside. In the distance, Sky Pain and the others were taking care of Tan Lang. At the same time, they were also paying attention to the situation at Army Destroyer. Suddenly, countless rays of golden light enveloped a large area. Everyone's face darkened. Over there? Don't worry. That's Lord Pejuan's Army Pejuan Heavenly Tent. It separates the inside from the outside and prevents Zhu and Yao Tianshang from escaping again. Oh, if that's the case, that's good. Everyone nodded. Inside the Army Destroyer Heavenly Tent, Yao Tianshang and Huey's expressions changed. What do you want? I told you that I can let Yao Tianshang go, but I need your star-seizing hand. Defeating armies' face sank as he spoke. Star-picking hand? Even I don't know how to do it and you want it? Yao Tianshang said hatefully. You don't have the right to speak here. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Defeating armies said coldly. Then, defeating armies looked at Zhu again. Zhu looked at the huge Army Destroyer Heavenly Tent and suddenly smiled. He shook his head and said, You used this Army Destroyer Heavenly Tent to prevent others from knowing about it, right? Defeating armies' face darkened. I think that other than us, many experts in the world should be watching the battle in the Central Territory. Besides you, there should be others eyeing my star-seizing hand. Haha, you want to keep it all to yourself? Zhu laughed coldly. The star-seizing hand could perfectly suppress anyone in the second epoch at the same level. Tan Lang was much more powerful than Zhu, but he was still defeated by the star-seizing hand. How could defeating armies not be envious? So what? You're already dead. However, there's still Yao Tianshang. Do you want him to die too? Defeating armies said coldly. Zhu smiled mockingly and said, It's not that I want him to die, but will you really let Yao Tianshang go? Army Destroyer Heavenly Tent? Once I tell you the cultivation technique, will you not kill me to silence me? I, defeating armies, will keep my word. Defeating armies' eyes turned cold. I don't trust you. Zhu said weakly. How dare you? I'll refine you now. Let's see what else you can hide from me. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with anger. Wait! A loud shout came from afar. Defeating armies' face changed. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw 3 figures shooting over from afar. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived before him. They were Yan Chuan, Miao, and the Butterfly Empress. Yan Chuan? Defeating armies, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang's faces changed. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, we meet again. Yan Chuan looked at the two and sighed slightly. Haha. Zhu suddenly laughed loudly. However, Yao Tianshang's expression was complicated. We meet again? At this moment, everyone could see that Yan Chuan had been watching the battle. He was just hiding in the dark. Yan Chuan? The Butterfly Empress? Xuan Miao? Hey, what do you want? Defeating armies said in a low voice. Although defeating armies didn't care about Yan Chuan's strength, Xuan Miao and the Butterfly Empress made him hesitate. Of course, he only hesitated for a moment. After all, Chao had fallen. Yan Chuan looked at Yao Tianshang and said, Yao Tianshang, do you remember what I told Jin Diyu to tell you when I gave you the primogenitor's fate chart? Dajin's sovereign beast? Yao Tianshang frowned. That's right. It was effective in the past and it is effective now. Yan Chuan said seriously. Yao Tianshang looked at defeating armies and then at Yan Chuan with a complicated expression. On the other side, defeating armies' eyes turned cold. Yan Chuan, you want to interfere too? Yan Chuan, you suddenly came because you can fight against defeating armies? If that's the case, why didn't you help Zhu just now? Yao Tianshang's eyes were red and filled with grief and anger. Haha, Yao Tianshang, you're wrong. Zhu suddenly said. Yao Tianshang looked at Zhu. Yan Chuan and the three emperors' holy court no longer have any relationship. Why would he help me? When the South Outer Continent's Sand Emperor captured the two of them, you were the only one who released them. I didn't care about the past. Yan Chuan doesn't owe me anything. There's no need for him to help me. Moreover, if Yan Chuan could really fight against defeating armies, he wouldn't need your permission to take back the rabbit race's fate chart. He could just refine you directly. He offended the great emperor of the North Star Polestar for you. He's already very benevolent. Zhu smiled weakly. Zhu's words caused Yao Tianshang's resentment to dissipate. He could only smile bitterly and sorrowfully. This is all fate. I can't escape from the shackles of fate. Zhu said. Yao Tianshang, are you willing to join Great Shen and become the sovereign of the rabbit race? Yan Chuan asked again. Yao Tianshang, listen to me, promise him. Zhu said with a weak sense of expectation. Yes, Yao Tianshang greets the heavenly emperor. Yao Tianshang nodded with red eyes. That would be for the best. Yan Chuan nodded. Ha, Yan Chuan, do you think you can protect Yao Tianshang? This isn't your home ground. You can't be counting on these two girls, right? Just them? Defeating armies said coldly. Zhu smiled coldly. Defeating armies only knew about Yan Chuan from rumors. However, Zhu had studied all the heroes in the world. There were only a handful of people in the world who could make Zhu her enemy. Zhu had always believed that as long as she had time, she wouldn't be weaker than anyone. Kong Huangtian? If she had time, she would definitely surpass them. However, Yan Chuan had always been Zhu's careful target. Since he dared to come, he must have some extraordinary methods. I once told the Golden Emperor that I've never failed to protect anyone I want to protect. Yan Chuan's expression turned serious. As he spoke, Yan Chuan didn't dare to hesitate. The ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into a sea of blood. As he stepped on the blood waves, a huge cypress tree slowly rotated behind him, mobilizing the power of the stars. This wasn't the same as when he faced the Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor let Yan Chuan make the first move because of his status. Now, defeating armies could attack at any time. Yan Chuan had to be fully prepared. 11th heaven of ancestral immortal? Just you? Yan Chuan, you overestimate yourself. You can do whatever you want in the outer east continent, but this is the middle sky continent. This isn't your territory. You want to be a hero? Defeating armies snorted coldly. The spear in his hand suddenly charged toward Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's face sank. The cypress tree behind him suddenly rotated. Countless small stars suddenly appeared in his palm and connected with the stars in the sky. Endless star power was mobilized. The spear collided with the star power in the shallow star layer. Boom! The void was torn apart. Yan Chuan was suddenly sent flying. The entire sea of blood was set off huge waves. Defeating armies was at the 15th heaven after all. The power of that spear was too great. Is that all? Defeating armies said disdainfully. Yan Chuan's face sank. He activated the universe in his palm and a terrifying force rushed toward defeating armies. Boom! There were bursts of explosions around defeating armies, but defeating armies still didn't move. Defeating armies sneered, Yan Chuan, it's useless to use the same move. You used the universe in your palm to trap the Golden Emperor. Do you really think I don't know about it? Yan Chuan's face sank. The Golden Emperor hadn't found his core back then. His strength was far from enough. However, he was careless. He wanted to take me into your palm. Humph, is this suction enough? Defeating armies sneered. Yan Chuan sneered and waved his hand. Quang! The sky-burying coffin appeared. Heavenly Tao! Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Tao rushed out from the sky-burying coffin. The heavenly Tao of the 3,000 sectors appeared. As soon as the heavenly Tao of the heavenly Tao appeared, the void that had just recovered shook violently again. The surging power rushed toward Yan Chuan. Enter! Yan Chuan glared. Boom! Defeating armies' figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. He appeared in Yan Chuan's palm. Aren't you in? Yan Chuan sneered. The surging power of the 3,000 heavenly Tao surged into Yan Chuan's body. Yan Chuan controlled the cypress tree to control the stars in the sky. The stars in the sky poured into the universe in his palm. The surging power rushed toward defeating armies. Break! Defeating armies shouted. His spear rushed toward the stars in the sky. Boom! In the world of the living, the shallow star layer suddenly exploded. Chapter 1403. In the world of the living, there was a sudden explosion in the shallow star layer. Countless cultivators suddenly looked up at the sky. In the southeast continent, Golden Sovereign stood in front of a huge palace and looked at the sky. This move again? Golden Sovereign suddenly laughed. I trapped you in the past. Shah Di stood in the square with a cup of tea and said lightly, that was in the past. Now that I have found my core, I am complete. If it is like that day, I can break it with one punch. Golden Sovereign laughed. Not necessarily. You have found your core, but Yan Chuan can't grow anymore? Shah Di said lightly. He can move the stars in the sky. What else can he do? Golden Sovereign said with a hint of disdain. Inside the defeating army's sky tent, Yan Chuan used the Blood Sea Divine Power and the 3,000 Heavenly Tao replicas in the Great Thousand World to support the universe in palm again. However, the defeating armies in his palm was unusually fierce. Boom! A huge spear aura broke through the seal of the surrounding space and shot out from Yan Chuan's palm. Yan Chuan moved sideways to avoid the spear aura, but a strand of his hair was cut off. Roar ta! Defeating armies in his palm laughed. See? Yan Chuan, your universe in the palm isn't invincible. At the very least, I can break a crack in it. Next, I can break more and more. You don't understand. Do you know what the 15th layer of heaven is? Shallow star layer? So what if the sky is full of shallow stars? I can still break them all. Defeating armies laughed. Another round of the power of the stars came. Defeating armies in Yan Chuan's palm stabbed out again. Boom! The stars exploded and another spear aura shot out. Meow, Yan Chuan, what should we do now? Meow asked anxiously. The Butterfly Queen was also worried because the two girls knew that if Yan Chuan could not control defeating armies, they would be finished. I have another way. I need Meow's help. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow. Meow's eyes lit up. Butterfly Queen, you're in charge of protecting me. Yan Chuan called out. All right. Butterfly Queen nodded. Although there were only Yao Tianshang and Zhu here, and more importantly, Yao Tianshang had become the supreme beast of Great Shen, Yan Chuan was still very careful. Meow, how can I help you? I can't beat Pajun, Meow shook her head. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice, I don't need you to fight. I need your birth chart power, the 14th heaven birth chart power. Meow? Meow was confused. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice, in the past, Gui Guzi and I were brought to a place by the grave ghost fire. The grave ghost fire used a strange technique that borrowed the power of birth charts. I still remember the feeling at that time. Borrowing the power of a birth chart? Meow asked in confusion. Back then, the grave ghost fire had asked Yan Chuan and Gui Guzi for help to fight for the fateless soul. In the end, the grave ghost fire successfully defeated the grave ghost fire. Yes, I remembered the feeling and deduced it, Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. It was not Yan Chuan who deduced it. Instead, it was the silver-eyed Yan Chuan who was in the Xianyang Heavenly Pavilion who deduced the method over the years. Meow? What should I do? Meow asked curiously. Don't resist. Place your finger on my body and let me use your power, Yan Chuan said. Meow. Meow immediately nodded. Meow had long trusted Yan Chuan. Naturally, she did not doubt him. Yan Chuan's body suddenly emitted a golden light. Outside the Blood Sea, Yao Tianshang, Zhu, and the Butterfly Queen were puzzled. Meow placed her little paws on Yan Chuan's neck. Buzz. Meow's body was instantly shrouded in golden light. After obtaining Meow's birth chart power, layers of golden flames suddenly appeared around Yan Chuan's body. Rumble! Yan Chuan's body emitted a terrifying aura. The power of the 3,000 heavenly Daos, the power of the Blood Sea, Miao's power, and Yen Chuan's power. All of a sudden, the power gathered on Yen Chuan's right palm. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks suddenly appeared on Yen Chuan's right palm. It was as though Yen Chuan's right hand could not withstand the power. However, the effect was obvious. As the power in his palm increased, the speed of the cypress tree's rotation increased. In just a blink of an eye, the speed was several times faster than before. Rumble! The cypress tree spun as its branches swayed. At this moment, the cypress tree's roots suddenly emitted countless roots that danced rapidly. The entire blood sea seemed to have formed a whirlpool. Meanwhile, in the universe in the palm, defeating armies saw that the countless stars seemed to be rapidly flying upwards. Gradually, there were no stars around him. Yen Chuan? What the hell are you doing now? Do you think you can deal with me by making these stars fly away from me? The stars in the world of the living? I can move the stars in the world of the living, no matter how you move them. Defeating armies shouted. However, after shouting, defeating armies' expression suddenly changed. Above his head were the stars in the world of the living, and under his feet, countless small stars suddenly appeared. At the same time, in the sky of the netherworld, the stars in the light layer suddenly trembled slightly. As the cypress tree's roots spun, it actually connected the stars in the entire netherworld. Rumble! The stars in the netherworld also spun rapidly. In Yen Chuan's universe in the palm, defeating armies stood between the stars in the netherworld and the netherworld. The countless stars gradually moved closer to the edge, forming a sphere that trapped defeating armies in the center. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. A ferocious power surged towards Pajun, who was at the center. A sky full of stars? No, that's impossible. You can even move the stars of the underworld? Defeating armies cried out in shock. Boom! All the stars in the yin and yang realms suddenly gathered a vast amount of power and charged towards Pajun. Bastard! Roar! Defeating armies angrily roared as his long spear slammed forward. Boom! A loud boom suddenly rang out in the realms of yin and yang. In the center of Yen Chuan's palm, countless stars were knocked back. Pajun was also knocked dizzy, and his robe was torn apart. Impossible! Impossible! Defeating armies roared unwillingly. The power of the universe in the palm skyrocketed and finally trapped defeating armies. However, the burden of this power was also enormous. More and more cracks appeared on Yen Chuan's right hand. It was as if his right hand could not bear the boundless power at this moment. Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with anxiety. Defeating armies, who was in his palm, became even more anxious. Boom, boom, boom. The stars crashed into defeating armies again and again. Defeating armies became more and more miserable each time. Finally, on the 10th time, defeating armies' spear exploded. No! Defeating armies cried out miserably. Yen Chuan's right hand also felt like it couldn't bear the burden, but Yen Chuan still tried his best to hold on. This was because Yen Chuan understood that the palm universe was his greatest reliance. If the palm universe couldn't hold on, his group would be completely finished. Yen Chuan continued to manipulate the stars in the sky. Suddenly, Yen Chuan discovered that another large star had appeared around the spherical star. A star that was countless times larger than the others. This is... Yen Chuan looked confused. Soon, there wasn't just one big star. In the blink of an eye, there were close to 30. The 30 large star points also surged forth, and an unusually ferocious power rushed towards defeating armies. Boom! Pft. Defeating armies spat out a mouthful of blood. The power was so strong that defeating armies couldn't hold on any longer. Although there were more and more cracks on his right palm, Yen Chuan was more concerned about the 30 large star points that suddenly appeared. Where did they come from? Yen Chuan looked towards the starry sky according to the position of the star in his palm. As he looked, Yen Chuan's expression suddenly changed. What? Yen Chuan found the large star corresponding to one of the large star points. He found it. However, that star was in the deep star layer. It was one of the stars that had been captured and stripped of its power by the massive heavenly cycle star formation not long ago. A giant star in the deep star layer? Yen Chuan was shocked. Looking at defeating armies, who was constantly being severely injured in his palm, Yen Chuan suddenly felt a strong surge of excitement. A divine power that commands the second epic? Yen Chuan murmured. In the past, Yen Chuan didn't understand what was going on. Now, Yen Chuan gradually understood. Not only could the universe in the palm control the stars in the shallow star layer, but it could also control the 3,000 stars in the deep star layer. However, he hadn't been able to figure it out. Now, by chance, he had inexplicably controlled 30 of them. 30? With 30 this time, he could think of a way to control 300 or even 3,000 in the future. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. A divine power that commands the second epic? So that's what it meant? Of course, the Butterfly Queen and the others had heard of it, but they only thought that it was controlling the shallow star layer. They had never thought of the deep star layer. Grandpa! Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with admiration. Although Bai Yi and Bai Huang had created the universe in the palm together, the main part was still created by Bai Huang. Bai Yi had only cultivated a small corner. So, this was the true command of the second epic? Yen Chuan suppressed his excitement. Although he knew how powerful this divine power was, Yen Chuan also understood that this matter couldn't be exposed. Once it was exposed, the 7 great emperors who had transformed into stars would definitely find him and silence him. Miao, Yen Chuan, defeating armies has fainted. Miao shouted. Yen Chuan looked down. Indeed, defeating armies, who was in his palm, had fainted. Boom, boom. There were 2 more collisions. His other hand quickly took out the sky-burying coffin. With a wave of his hand, the unconscious defeating armies was teleported away, back to the Netherworld. Zombie Yen Chuan personally dealt with it. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Pierce through his shoulder blades and lock him up first. Zombie Yen Chuan shouted. Yes. Boom. Yen Chuan in human form quickly put away the 3,000 heavenly Tao, universe in the palm and blood sea. Miao, Yen Chuan, you succeeded. That's amazing. Miao said excitedly. Yen Chuan looked at his right hand. At this moment his right hand was charred black with countless cracks. He almost couldn't feel his right hand. This time, the universe in the palm had almost crippled his right hand. Huff! Yen Chuan let out a long breath. A look of pity flashed in his eyes. Yen Chuan. Zhu suddenly said. Yen Chuan looked at Zhu. Zhu smiled bitterly and said, what a powerful divine power. As expected of the second epic's divine power. Yen Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhu saw through it. Zhu didn't think much of it and said, Yen Chuan, I also see that your divine power has a fatal flaw. Ha, your right hand can't bear it. Yeah. Yen Chuan nodded. Here, I am willing to give Yen Di a big gift as a favor to Yao Tiansheng. I hope that Yen Di will take good care of Yao Tiansheng in the future. Zhu said weakly. Everyone knows that I have the star-picking hand and think that it is a powerful cultivation technique. However, if it was a cultivation technique, how could I not pass it to Yao Tiansheng? It is not a cultivation technique. It is a Dharma treasure that I obtained by chance. A pair of gloves. Zhu said with difficulty. Star-picking hand? Gloves? Everyone said in surprise. Above Zhu's left hand and broken right hand, traces of silver runes slowly emerged. As the runes pulsated, a layer of blue transparent energy film gradually emerged. This is a Dharma treasure of an expert in the first epic. It is called the Hand of Tao. Zhu weakly handed over the pair of gloves that seemed to be made of energy. Hand of Tao? Wear it and it will merge with your hands, Zhu said weakly. Yen Chuan took it and held it in his hand. It felt like he was holding air. There was no weight or texture at all. He gently put it on. The gloves quickly merged with his hands. His charred right hand was quickly mended. The cracks were visibly mending. The severe injuries on his right hand were also quickly recovering. This is? Yen Chuan looked at this mystical pair of gloves in shock. This is just the initial stage of merging with your hands. You still need to refine it. After you refine it, it will be inseparable from your hands. It will become a part of your hands, Zhu explained. Yen Chuan nodded. After a slight bitterness, Zhu smiled bitterly and said, "After I leave, there will definitely be many people coming to find Yao Tianshang and force him to hand over the star-picking hand. Hence, leaving it to him will only be a disaster. Yen Chuan, I will now hand this hand of Dao to you. I hope that you will protect Yao Tianshang well." Looking at his recovering hands, Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry. As long as Yao Tianshang is in the Great Perfection realm, I will ensure his safety. No one can harm him." "Many thanks," Zhu said bitterly. "Miao, the artifact of an expert from the first epoch? Who is it?" Miao asked curiously. "His name is Dao," Zhu said weakly. "Dao." Yen Chuan revealed a strange expression. "What a strange name. Who would name themselves Dao?" Miao said strangely. "He is Dao and Dao is him. He is the source of all Dao. Speaking of which, he is not weaker than the senior who transformed into reincarnation. He is even stronger." Zhu revealed a yearning expression. His eyes were filled with longing for the world and yearning for an unparalleled expert. Unfortunately, there was no more chance. Zhu was no longer breathing. "Zhu! Don't die, Zhu!" Yao Tianshang cried again. Yen Chuan, the butterfly queen, and Miao stood at the side, sighing. They did not speak, allowing Yao Tianshang to hug Zhu and cry like a child. Sigh. Yen Chuan sighed for Zhu's death. Chapter 1404. Inside the army destroyer sky tent, Yen Chuan, Miao, and the butterfly queen sighed as they watched Yao Tianshang's heart-wrenching cries. Zhu was a formidable person, but he was born at the wrong time. He was unlucky and could do nothing about it. Yen Chuan sighed. "Miao." Miao nodded. "Yao Tianshang, the dead cannot be revived. He's you. If you live, he lives. Just bury Zhu," Yen Chuan advised. Yao Tianshang hugged Zhu and cried for a while before he finally nodded. "Bury him in Dezhen," Yen Chuan said. "No, I have a place to bury him." Yao Tianshang wiped his tears. As he spoke, Yao Tianshang suddenly opened his mouth and sucked in Zhu's corpse. Swish! He swallowed Zhu's corpse in one gulp. "Miao, he ate Zhu!" Miao exclaimed. The butterfly queen was also surprised. The two ladies couldn't understand what was happening. Wasn't he devastated just now? Why did he eat Zhu in the blink of an eye? "I just buried Zhu in my stomach," Yao Tianshang said bitterly. "Miao." Miao still couldn't accept it. Yen Chuan nodded. "Yao Tianshang, I need a letter from you," Yen Chuan said suddenly. Yao Tianshang looked at Yen Chuan in confusion. The three-emperor holy court has collapsed, but there are still many capable officials. For example, Wang Zhu and the others. Instead of being buried with the three-emperor holy court, why don't we let them come to Dezhen? We can give them an explanation, Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yao Tianshang looked at Yen Chuan with a bitter expression. He had mixed feelings, but he nodded in the end. Yao Tianshang quickly took out a piece of silk and wrote on it. Finally, he stamped it with his seal. "Heaven Emperor." Yao Tianshang sent out the letter. All right. Now let's go quickly. I think it won't be long before someone comes," Yen Chuan said. Everyone nodded. Swish. They quickly left the place. Central Weave, above Three Emperor City. Boom. The Sea of Providence suddenly collapsed. Countless streaks of providence quickly spread throughout the world. The Sea of Providence collapsed, and the Three Emperor Holy Court was destroyed. In other words, Zhu was dead. Saint King. Oh my God, why? Saint King. Long live the Holy King. Countless officials of the Three Emperor Holy Hall knelt on the ground and cried. With the death of the Sage King, the Three Emperors' Holy Court was erased from this world. Saint King. The officials who were loyal to Zhu cried and wailed. Countless officials who had followed Zhu from the sealed realm were even more sorrowful. Amidst the grief, There were also those who rebelled. The officials who had quietly left earlier returned once again. Ju is already dead. Prepare to welcome great Emperor Ziwei with me. One of the officials shouted. Traitor. Spider King immediately shouted. The winner takes all. Rebels and traitors? Everyone, a wise man submits to circumstances. Great Emperor Ziwei has entered the central weave. If you don't want to die, follow me to welcome him. Bastard! Boom! The entire Three Emperors city fell into a great riot. Some people who wanted to curry favor with Great Emperor Ziwei and some people who were loyal to Ju were fighting each other. Above the starry sky, 8 powerhouses were guarding Tan Lang. They looked at the chaos in the Three Emperors city below with disdain. Then, they looked at the army-destroying sky tent in the distance. Another 10 days passed, and another golden beam of light came rushing over. It was 5 figures. The leader was dressed in a white robe. He was extremely elegant and exuded a strong aura of righteousness. The 4 subordinates behind him were also very elegant. When the 8 powerhouses saw him, they immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Civil Star." The leader, Civil Star, looked at Tan Lang and asked, "How is Star-Lord Tan Lang?" "I'm not dead yet." Tan Lang, who was recuperating, said bitterly. "Let me see." Civil Star stepped forward. "I'm really fine. How about you go and see how Pajuan is doing? It's been 10 days and he hasn't returned. I'm worried that something might have happened." Tan Lang said weakly. Civil Star nodded and said, "You guys go to the army-destroying sky tent immediately. I'll guard here." The 8 powerhouses replied. The 8 powerhouses rushed out. After a while, the 8 powerhouses returned. Reporting, Civil Star, Star-Lord Tan Lang, Star-Lord Pajuan is missing. He is not in the army-destroying sky tent. It's empty. An expert said anxiously. What? Civil Star's face darkened. Pajuan is in trouble? Tan Lang's face also changed. Civil Star looked up at the starry sky and pinched his fingers slightly. Pajuan is still alive. He should have been caught. Caught? Pajuan is at the level 15 heavens. Even if he is at the early stage of the level 15 heavens, he is still at the level 15 heavens. Who could catch him silently? Other great emperors? Tan Lang asked in a low voice. He is at the early stage of the level 15 heavens, and you are at the middle stage of the level 15 heavens. If you want to catch him, you must be at least at the late stage of the level 15 heavens. I remember that 10 days ago, the sky was full of stars. It was very similar to the move Yen Chuan used to deal with the Golden Emperor. Civil Star said in a low voice. Impossible. How low is Yen Chuan's cultivation? Back then, when we were not awakened, the rumors were exaggerated. The stars in the sky might not have been triggered by Yen Chuan. Most importantly, Yen Chuan does not have the ability to do so. Tan Lang said with certainty. Civil Star frowned and nodded, speculating about the heroes in the world. Fortunately, Pajuan is still alive. The other party has caught Pajuan and will definitely negotiate with the Lord. We just need to wait, Tan Lang said in a low voice. In the Three Emperors city. In the great chaos, the entire Three Emperors city fell apart quickly. In Wang Zhu's residence, Wang Zhu played his zither and looked sad. Since the beginning, Wang Zhu had followed Yao Tianshang and Zhu to travel the world and fought experts along the way. With a zither, he attacked everywhere in the sealed world. But now, there was a sense of desolation in the sound of the zither. Holy King, why are you dead? Wang Zhu teared up as he played the zither. A black shadow charged straight at him. How dare you? Suddenly, a large number of subordinates rushed out. Wang Zhu, I have news of Yao Tianshang. The black shadow shouted. Ding. The sound of the zither stopped. Move aside, let him come over. Wang Zhu shouted. The subordinates quickly separated. A man quickly flew over. Wang Zhu, this is a serious matter, please. The man said seriously. All of you leave. Wang Zhu shouted. The subordinates quickly left. I am the Great Chen Heavenly Court's East Depot Qian Hu in the Central Territory. The man said seriously. Wang Zhu nodded. Wang Zhu already knew about spies from the various factions. The three emperors' holy court also had spies in Great Jin. Therefore, he did not think much of it. You said you have news of the demon emperor? Wang Zhu asked. Yes, this is the order that Yao Tianshang asked me to pass to you. He wants you to lead the three emperors' holy court to Great Jin's heavenly court. The Qianhu said seriously. The demon emperor's order? Wang Zhu snatched the order. He looked at it carefully. Soon, Wang Zhu was sure that the order was real. There were a few markings on it that only Wang Zhu could recognize. The Lord is still alive. He's still alive. Wang Zhu laughed loudly. I have the order. Please hurry. The Qianhu said again. Good, good, good. Wang Zhu cried tears of joy. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Great Qin City. In front of the central palace, zombie Yen Chuan coldly looked outside the city with his subordinates. Outside the city, there were 20 figures standing in the air. Waves of ferocious auras rushed towards the Great Qin City. The leader was an azure-robed man who coldly looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan also looked at him coldly. Beside Yen Chuan stood Hua Qiliang, Yao Tianshang, and the butterfly queen who had been teleported back. Yen Chuan. The azure-robed man said in a deep voice. Impudent. Or you. Jin Dayu shouted. The azure-robed man sneered and said, I am the Horn Residence Tribe's Hornwood Dragon under Great Emperor Qing Long. Great Emperor Qing Long? Yen Chuan's face darkened. Yen Chuan opened his mouth. Jin Dayu stood behind him and did not interrupt. It's good that you know, the Hornwood Dragon said in a deep voice. You came here to invade my Great Qin City? Yen Chuan said in a cold voice. Invade? What a joke. You think you're worthy of being invaded? I came here today to tell you something, the Hornwood Dragon said in a deep voice. Yen Chuan said coldly. The outer east continent of the Netherworld used to be Great Emperor Qing Long's residence. The Hornwood Dragon shouted. So what? Yen Chuan said indifferently. The Wood Dragon glared at Yen Chuan. This Yen Chuan is really ignorant. So what? This is Great Emperor Qing Long's residence. The Great Emperor is benevolent. He asked me to tell you to leave the outer east continent of the Netherworld immediately. This is not a place for you to stay. The Hornwood Dragon shouted. A cold light flashed in Yen Chuan's eyes. Are you sure Great Emperor Qing Long said this himself? Of course. Great Emperor White Tiger of the West ordered the Great Qing Heavenly Court to migrate. I am Great Emperor Qing Long. The Hornwood Dragon continued. What if I don't leave? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Don't leave? You can stay if you want to destroy the Great Jin nation. The Hornwood Dragon shouted. Ridiculous. Yen Chuan said in a cold voice. The Hornwood Dragon was speechless. Did I hear it wrong? How could Yen Chuan have lost his mind and said such words? What did you say? Do you know how powerful Great Emperor Qing Long is? The Hornwood Dragon shouted. However, Yen Chuan did not want to bother with them anymore. Instead, he ordered, Take them all. Hua Qiliang shouted loudly and rushed out. Yao Tianshang nodded and also rushed out. Not long ago, he was teleported here by the sky-bearing coffin. His heart was still filled with grief. Zhu Ji's death made Yao Tianshang hate the people of the Second Era. Boom. The two fierce people rushed out. On the other side, Miao rushed out as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Butterfly Queen took a look and stepped out as well. Jin Dayu, Bai Qi, and the others who had been deprived of the star power and whose cultivation had skyrocketed also rushed out. Bastards, do you know who I am? You are courting death. Boom! The fierce fighting power of the Great Jin nation erupted in an instant. Chapter 1405. Yang Realm, outside Xianyang City. In a forbidden area of Dejin, the massive heavenly cycle star formation was operating frantically. Rumble! Stellar power surged into Yen Chuan. Stop! Yen Chuan, stop! My lord will not let you off. My lord will not let you off. Defeating armies roared. But why would Yen Chuan care about him? Why should he show mercy when he wanted to kill him back then? After an entire day, defeating armies had become so thin that he was just skin and bones. The defeating army's star in the sky had also dimmed. Almost all of its stellar power had been seized by Yan Chuan. Boom! With a loud bang, the void around Yan Chuan shook violently. Phew, 12 heavens! Yan Chuan exclaimed. Defeating armies was no longer as unstoppable as before. He was completely crippled. Take him away! Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. His subordinates answered. Yan Chuan sensed his own body, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand, and countless small stars appeared in his palm. This time, Yan Chuan did not mobilize the power of the stars in the sky. Instead, he only connected to a group of stars. The power he used was not huge. At this moment, there were 2 more large stars surrounding the countless smaller stars. Yan Chuan looked for the positions of the stars in the sky according to the coordinates in his palm. The defeating army's star. As expected, I have mastered another defeating army's star. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Celestial Emperor. Lu Gang rushed over from afar. What's wrong? Yan Chuan looked at Lu Gang. Celestial Emperor, news just came. The powerhouse of the second era corresponding to planet Trek went to provoke the Emperor and was killed by the Emperor. Lu Gang said respectfully. Planet Trek. Yan Chuan looked at another large star that had appeared. It corresponded to planet Trek. I understand. You may leave. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Lu Gang retreated. Yan Chuan looked at the sky full of stars, frowning as he analyzed. Universe in the palm. Is he trying to seize control of the stars? No one was in control of the shallow star layer, so it was easy to control. However, in the deep star layer, every star corresponded to every cultivator, so they had absolute control. However, if their control was weakened, like Pajun just now, then the universe in a palm could take advantage of the situation and seize his control. Also, if the people of the second epoch died, their control would also weaken during their reincarnation. Could the universe in the palm be taken advantage of? So the corresponding star of a person whose body and soul were destroyed is an ownerless star? Yan Chuan's eyes gradually narrowed. Increase the power of the universe in the palm. As long as I defeat one of them, my power will increase by a bit. Or, if the other party surrenders and lets go of their rejection of me, I will be able to control them? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's good too. There are hundreds of experts under Emperor Qing Long of the underworld. These people can not only be used to strengthen the generals of Dejin, but also to strengthen the universe in the palm. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. Underworld. Outside the great Qin city. The battle started and it was chaotic for a time. Zombie Yan Chuan stood in the plaza in front of the central palace, not saying a word or participating. This was because his subordinates were enough for the battle before him. Although the people sent by Emperor Qing Long were all from the second epoch, they were only at the 13th heaven. Among them, only Jiao Mujiao was at the 14th heaven. Yao Tiansheng, Hua Qiliang, Butterfly Queen, and Miao were all at the 14th heaven. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the others had been deprived of their astral powers, and their strength had skyrocketed. Their battles were also extremely fierce. Most importantly, a few days ago, Hua Qiliang had been going around capturing experts of the second epoch. Some people were unwilling to submit to Dejin, so what awaited them was being deprived of their astral powers. However, there were also people who were willing to join Dejin. Dejin's strength naturally became stronger. At this moment, 20 experts were not enough for Dejin's subordinates to capture. Emperor Qing Long had sent experts to expel Dejin. Naturally, the news quickly spread to the sensitive people in the world. Inner South Continent. Tian Gang, a transcender, sat in a large hall, drinking tea as he listened to his subordinates' report. Master, the great Qin city's spies used their life cards to send news. The people brought by Jiao Mujiao are fighting with Dejin's subordinates. A subordinate reported respectfully. Good. Now that Yan Chuan and Emperor Qing Long are fighting, I don't need to do anything. Send the order to continuously report the battle situation. Tiangang laughed. Yes. Not long after, the subordinate came again. How is it? Has the great Qin city been razed to the ground? Tiangang asked as he sipped his tea. No. Of the people sent by Emperor Qin Long, 2 died, 12 were captured, and 6 escaped. However, De Zhen's experts are chasing after them. It seems that they won't be able to escape. The subordinate said. What? Tiangang's eyes widened. From start to finish, Yan Chuan hasn't done anything, the subordinate said carefully. Impossible. Tiangang said in disbelief. Tiangang put down his teacup and rushed out of the hall, looking towards the northeast. With Tiangang's eyesight, he could naturally see the great Qin city. From afar, the group of experts were chained to their shoulders and kneeling in front of Yan Chuan in front of the central palace. In the distance, there were battles everywhere. Those who were escaping were quickly captured. In the distance, Yan Chuan waved his hand, and all the envoys sent by Emperor Qin Long were taken away. How can this be? How did De Zhen's strength suddenly increase by so much? Tiangang frowned. At this moment, the black-robed Snake Emperor walked over. The Snake Emperor's eyes shone with a poisonous light. Master, this is a good thing, the Snake Emperor said with a smile. Oh! Emperor Qin Long's people have been captured by Yan Chuan. This enmity has been formed, the Snake Emperor said with a smile. However, this enmity isn't enough. If Yan Chuan can't defeat Emperor Qin Long in the future and chooses to retreat, then there will be no show to watch. Master, do you want them to fight to the death? The Snake Emperor said with a smile. That's right. Tiangang nodded. The 4 emperors of the underworld each have hundreds of subordinates, much more than Emperor Ziwei. However, why is Big Dipper number 1? It's because the subordinates of the underworld emperors are all a mob. The Snake Emperor said. A mob means that their strength isn't too strong. Naturally, they can't be compared to Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. Another thing about a mob is that they don't have enough discipline. Many of them are loyal to their friends. Today, 20 of them were captured and killed by De Zhen. They must have good brothers. We should bewitch them to seek revenge. Not inform Emperor Qin Long. The Snake Emperor said in a deep voice. Oh! If 100 or 200 of Emperor Qin Long's subordinates die in Yan Chuan's hands, will Emperor Qin Long still accept Yan Chuan's compromise? The Snake Emperor sneered. Ah, that's right. At that time, he will definitely fight to the death with Yan Chuan. Tiangang nodded. That's right, Master. The Snake Emperor said with a smile. Good. Then I'll invite Emperor Qin Long and send him away. You'll be in charge of bringing Emperor Qin Long's subordinates to De Zhen. Let Emperor Qin Long and Yan Chuan fight to the death. Tiangang said solemnly. Master is wise. This subordinate will definitely do this well. The Snake Emperor said with a smile. Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. Great Qin City. Zombie Yan Chuan looked at Hua Qiliang, Yao Tiansheng and the others. Next, there might be a large wave of experts from the 7 mansions of the East coming. Capture as many as they come. Kill those that you can't capture. Yes. Send all the people we just captured to the Yang Realm's great heavenly cycle star formation. All the nation's beasts will enter. The rest will receive stellar energy from those who have made great contributions. Yan Chuan ordered. Chapter 1406. Netherworld, Outer South Continent. In a place filled with volcanoes. There was a huge crater in the center. Amidst the surging lava, hundreds of experts stood around, looking at the huge crater in front of them respectfully. Among them were the elders of the Miao family. Everyone had a solemn expression. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the lava. Hum! A cry was heard, and a huge fire-shaped object rushed out of the lava. It was a huge rosefinch. Rosefinch soared into the sky, and the world was filled with red light. At this moment, a man walked out of the lava. He was wearing a red robe, and his eyes were filled with majesty. Greetings, great Emperor Rosefinch. Everyone outside the crater said respectfully. Great Emperor Rosefinch was Miao Ru Lai. However, Great Emperor Rosefinch's expression was much more reserved and serious than Miao Ru Lai. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked up at the flaming rosefinch flying in the sky and waved his hand. Buzz! The flaming rosefinch's figure paused. Rosefinch's celestial realm, open. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Hum! Rosefinch let out a long cry and rushed into the clouds. Boom! It crashed into a huge cloud. That cloud was instantly dyed red, and it quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the endless surroundings were covered by red clouds. For a moment, countless living beings and undead in the outer South Continent felt a strange feeling. It was an indescribable feeling. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their hearts. All living beings and undead in the outer South Continent of the Netherworld, listen up. From today onwards, the outer South Continent will become Rosefinch's celestial realm. From now on, only I can command it. My name is Great Emperor Rosefinch. Boom. Countless Shioja were at a loss. Outer South Continent? Rosefinch's celestial realm? Great Emperor Rosefinch? The spies of all the major forces in the world quickly spread the news in all directions. The mortal realm, around the southeast continent. The Golden Sovereign stood in front of a huge golden palace and squinted his eyes. Emperor Rosefinch? You've finally come out the underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yen Chuan, Chili Hua, and the others stood in front of the central palace, looking to the south. Desolation Flower, what did you see? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. Rosefinch's heaven realm has opened, but it's not complete yet. We still need to wait for Great Emperor Rosefinch to completely rule over the outer South Continent. Mournful Transformation said solemnly. The Heaven Sovereign has the karmic rank of habitual chi and the karmic rank of heaven and earth. What he opens up is the celestial court, which is the strongest dynasty under the way of heaven. However, the karmic rank of Great Emperor opens up a higher level world, which is called the Heaven Realm. The heavenly realm was different from the Luck dynasty. What it accumulated was not luck, but providence. The Great Emperor is the master of the Heaven Realm. Mournful Transformation explained. Providence? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. Above the great Zhen Sea of Providence, there were rings of light behind the head of Yen Chuan's divine statue. They were formed by the condensation of providence. Yes, providence is very special. It is a whole formed by luck, merit, fortune, and the path of fortune. Our great Zhen's heavenly court does not have much of it now. Compared to the great emperors, it should be inferior. Mournful Transformation said. Although it was very tactful, Yen Chuan understood that it was not inferior, but far from it. He only had so much providence. However, there is the primordial dragon vein in the mortal realm. That is a treasure of heaven and earth that gathers providence. Mournful Transformation said. The Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Then will there be the Purple Micro Heaven Realm, the Longevity Heaven Realm, the White Tiger Heaven Realm? Yen Chuan asked solemnly. In the second epoch, they each established their own heaven realm. Within the heaven realm, all forces listen to their orders. Luck, merit, fortune, and the path of fortune are all under their control. In their respective heaven realm, the strength of the great emperors will be greatly increased. Mournful Transformation explained. Yen Chuan nodded solemnly. Look at the outer South Continent now. What is it like? Yen Chuan asked. The outer South Continent is fiery red. Among the clouds, there are countless rosefinch, Mournful Transformation explained. I understand. Yen Chuan nodded. Report. A guard's report came from afar. Speak. Yen Chuan looked over. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, there is a report from the front lines. About 50 peerless experts have charged into the Great Qin Empire's territory and are heading towards the Great Qin City. The guard reported respectfully. Great Emperor Qin Long's men? Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Celestial Emperor, I will go and prepare. Mournful Transformation took his leave. Yes. Yen Chuan nodded. Mournful Transformation quickly left, preparing to welcome the incoming group of experts. Great Emperor Qinglong's new group of experts headed towards the Great Qin City. All the major factions in the underworld were observing. The Snake Emperor stood in front of the Big Dipper Palace with his hands behind his back. A faint light flashed in his eyes. His subordinates kept sending him messages through their life tablets. "They've gone?" The Snake Emperor asked in a deep voice. A subordinate replied respectfully, "Yes, a total of 50 experts. They are about to reach the Great Qin City." The Snake Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Swish. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of the Big Dipper Palace. The black shadow was none other than the Nether King. The Nether King revealed an evil smile and said, "Snake Emperor? It seems like you arranged for Great Emperor Qinglong's men?" "Greetings, Lord Nether King." "That's right, it's the Lord's order," the Snake Emperor said respectfully. "Big Dipper's idea? Where is Big Dipper?" The Nether King asked in a deep voice. "The Lord and Great Emperor Qinglong are heading towards the end of time and space," the Snake Emperor said. "The end of time and space? The depths of the starry sky, the edge of heaven and earth?" The Nether King raised his eyebrows. The Nether King rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. "This is your idea, right?" "What did you say?" "I don't understand." The Snake Emperor shook his head. "You want Yan Chuan and Great Emperor Qinglong to become enemies?" The Nether King stared at the Snake Emperor and said. The Snake Emperor raised his eyebrows. "Lord Nether King, you must be joking." "How would I dare? It's the Lord's idea." "Ah, don't lie to me. In terms of viciousness, Big Dipper is far from you." The Nether King shook his head. The Snake Emperor frowned. "Lord Nether King, what do you mean? Could it be that you and Yan Chuan are still?" "How dare you?" The Nether King glared. The Snake Emperor stopped talking. The Nether King gradually laughed. "Ha, you want to frame me? Hee, all snakes are evil indeed. I'm just here to tell you not to play with fire and get burned." "Play with fire and get burned? Please enlighten me," the Snake Emperor said in a deep voice. "If many of Great Emperor Qinglong's men die, not only will he hate Yan Chuan, but he will also hate you," the Nether King said in a deep voice. "Ha, you don't have to worry about that." The Snake Emperor shook his head. The Nether King narrowed his eyes and stared at the Snake Emperor for a while. Finally, he laughed coldly, waved his sleeves, and left. Outer South Continent. Rosefinch's heavenly realm. Countless palaces rose from the ground. In front of a huge Rosefinch palace, Great Emperor Rosefinch looked towards the northeast, towards the Great Qin City. Great Emperor Rosefinch's current life, Tathagata Miao, had a conflict with the Great Qin City, and it was the only place where he had suffered a great loss. Therefore, Great Emperor Rosefinch paid great attention to the Great Qin City. Are those Great Emperor Qinglong's men? They were captured? Great Emperor Rosefinch's face sank. Someone behind him asked curiously, "My lord, what's wrong?" Great Shen's development is too fast, and the growth of his soldiers is too terrifying. In the past, they could only resist 4 13th Heaven experts. Now, there are 50 13th Heaven experts, and 2 of them are 14th Heaven experts. Yet, they can't do anything to the Great Qin City? Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. "What? How can this be?" The person behind him cried out in shock. "Where is Great Emperor Qinglong? He doesn't care?" Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. "My lord, this is Great Emperor Qinglong's matter. We don't have to interfere, right?" "Don't have to interfere? Heh, I just can't stand Yan Chuan's arrogance." Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. "Let's wait and see. Quickly take control of all the territories in the outer southern continent. I want Rosefinch's celestial realm to be impregnable, so you don't have to interfere. Great Qin City? Hey, if necessary, I will make a trip there." Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. "Yes." Yang Realm, Xianying City. Upper Study. Yan Chuan sat behind a desk, and a group of important officials stood respectfully on both sides. Yi Feng stepped forward. "Celestial Emperor, I just received news that Lu Gang and I have finally confirmed the location of the last sky-bearing coffin after careful interrogation. Yi Feng said solemnly. The last sky-bearing coffin? Yan Chuan's expression brightened. This is the result of various clues and testimonies from various places. Celestial Emperor, please check carefully. Yi Feng handed over a memorial. Yan Chuan immediately took it and read it carefully. According to the clues, the last sky-bearing coffin is near us, in the hands of the monolith race. Yi Feng said in a serious voice. The monolith race? Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, when they obtained the sky-bearing coffin, the monolith race used it to perform a strange ceremony. Then they brought it back to their race and there was no more news about it. Yi Feng nodded. No matter what ceremony it was, no matter what use it had, this coffin is mine. We must take it back. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yi Feng, you will draft it and state the reason. Just say that I am willing to exchange ancestral immortal artifacts, ancestral immortal pills, or other treasures for it. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Celestial Emperor, now that our strength has increased, there is no need to be polite to the monolith race. They will be a disaster for us sooner or later if they camp behind our backs. Yi Feng frowned. Yan Chuan shook his head. The monolith race is not simple. Wait a little longer. Do as I say. Go. Yes. Although Yi Feng did not understand, he still nodded. Several days later, in a huge palace of the monolith race, the patriarch of the monolith race and a group of elders looked at the messenger sent by the great Zhen race. Patriarch Monolith, this is a letter from the Celestial Emperor. Please take a look. The messenger smiled. The patriarch of the monolith race took the letter and read it for a while. His eyes gradually narrowed. The sky-bearing coffin? The patriarch of the monolith race said in a deep voice. Yes, it originally belonged to the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor is benevolent and is willing to exchange treasures for it. I hope that the patriarch of the monolith race will agree. The messenger smiled. The patriarch of the monolith race looked at the elders, whose faces darkened. I am very sorry, but we have never seen the sky-bearing coffin. You have come to the wrong place. The patriarch of the monolith race said in a deep voice. Chapter 1407. Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Following a loud shout, De Zhen's group of supreme beasts and the three imperial swords formed a massive formation with black aura, trapping the invaders within. Jin Diyu's divine emperor bell rang, and the sound of chaos rushed towards the experts. Bai Qi and Yao Tianshang acted, and the experts were captured one after another. This was already the third wave of attacks by Emperor Qinglong's subordinates. Unfortunately, the number of people each time was not much higher than the previous time. Moreover, the experts that were captured were immediately brought to the world of the living and robbed of their astral powers. More and more De Zhen experts appeared. One side grew while the other weakened. In an instant, De Zhen became even stronger. At the end of space-time, in the depths of the starry sky, a place even deeper than the deep star layer. In this place, time and space were distorted because this was the edge of the world. On an oval-shaped planet, a green-robed man gave off a jade-green light. Wherever he stepped on, the surroundings would become lush and verdant, and countless plants would grow madly. The man faced Tiangang. Tiangang, where is it? The man asked. Tiangang smiled and said, Emperor Qinglong, aren't you worried that I'm lying to you? The man shook his head and said, in the first epoch, there was only the first epoch. In the second epoch, the great evil world was created. We searched through almost all of the first epoch's treasures here. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't believe that they had first epoch's treasures, but you are different. You came from the great evil world, a world that separated from the second epoch. It's not impossible for the great evil world to have first epoch's treasures. Tiangang nodded and said, that's right. I obtained an item to transcend. I called you here today to let you observe because I have a request. Let's look at the item first. Tiangang smiled and stalled for time. Yang Realm, Xianying City, upper study room. Heavenly Emperor, the messenger has been sent back. The rock tribe's leader, Pangung, said firmly that he has never seen the heaven-bearing coffin before. Yifeng said, "Never seen it before?" Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. "Write another letter. Send another messenger with the same content." Yan Chuan said, "Yes." Underworld, inner south continent. Outside the Big Dipper Hall. More than 100 men and women stood in the square outside the Big Dipper Palace, looking at the Snake Emperor. "How's my brother?" "Bastard, how dare you? Didn't you say that you would wait for us to go together?" "Just 60 people?" The crowd was in an uproar. "Shut up." A loud shout resounded in all directions. There were 3 leaders in this group of people. One of them wore a golden robe and had a huge dragon horn on his head. As for the other 2, one had a tiger head and the other had a rabbit head. The 3 of them had gloomy expressions, and the others followed their lead. "Snake Emperor, what's going on?" The one-horned man asked in a deep voice. "Golden Dragon Kong, Room Sun Rabbit, and Tail Fire Tiger. It's all my fault. I wasn't able to stop them. When they heard what happened to the others, they all went to avenge their brothers." However, Tizhen was too sinister. He had been hiding his strength all this time. "Your brothers and sisters were all captured by Yan Chuan." The Snake Emperor sighed. "What? All of them? How is that possible? They are all at the 13th heaven." Everyone immediately cried out. "Shut up!" The one-horned golden dragon shouted. Everyone immediately shut up and looked at the Snake Emperor. Tizhen has 2 major battle formations. One is the Great Heaven Divine Fiendish Formation, which is set up by a group of Yao Beast Primes. "Have you heard of it before?" the Snake Emperor asked. "The Great Heaven Divine Fiendish Formation? So, that's how it is. It was already famous in the second epic. What about the other one?" Room Sun Rabbit asked with a frown. "The second one is called the 3 Emperors Sword Formation." "The 3 Emperors Sword Formation? I have never heard of it before." Everyone shook their heads. "Everyone, I think we should wait for Emperor Qinglong to return before coming up with another plan. This Tizhen is too strange," the Snake Emperor advised. Everyone wanted to refute but did not know what to say. After all, when everyone recovered their memories, no one thought highly of the major factions in the world. Aside from Kong Huangtian, were the other factions considered factions? But now, Yan Chuan had overturned everyone's understanding time and time again. It's a pity that Yan Chuan has captured those people. I wonder if he will torture them during this period of time. Among them, there are a few female heroes who are outstanding beauties. I wonder if the Snake Emperor sighed. At this point, many of the people in the crowd became furious. "No, I have to save Sanyang. I have to save Big Brother. He's still alive now, but what if something unexpected happens? I want to go too. There are more than 100 of us. Do we have to be afraid of him?" No matter how strong Yan Chuan is, there is a limit. Sanyang and the others will definitely be defeated one by one. As long as we stay together, who can do anything to us? Everyone shouted hot-bloodedly. The 3 leaders could not suppress it for a while. The Snake Emperor spoke at the right time. Indeed, according to my subordinate's report, they were indeed eager for revenge and did not fly together. They rushed over one after another and were surrounded and captured. "What? Is that true? My lord, let's go together and raze the great Qin city to the ground." "Yes, my lord, the world is so big. We have never been afraid of anyone. If we retreat this time, the Lord's face will be lost by us." Everyone shouted at the same time. Golden Dragon Kong, Room Ri 2, and Tail Fire Tiger finally nodded. "Let's go," Golden Dragon Kong shouted. Good. Under the satisfied gaze of the Snake Emperor, more than 100 people rushed into the sky and flew towards the south. "Heh, a group of boorish men indeed. Do things according to the code of brotherhood?" Heh. The Snake Emperor sneered. After flying out of the sight of the Snake Emperor, everyone stopped at the top of a mountain. "My lord, why did we stop?" Everyone shouted. "Yes, Big Brother Kong, why did we stop?" Room Ritu said in a deep voice. Golden Dragon Kong shook his head and said, I have a feeling that this matter is strange. Strange? What's strange about it? Let's destroy the Great Qin Empire first. Amidst everyone's shouting, Golden Dragon Kong shook his head and said, Great Qin? I will not forget this enmity. How can I not care about the safety of my brothers? However, I am worried that there will be accidents. How is that possible? Everyone shouted. Golden Dragon Kong shook his head. Just in case, I have an idea. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. Xianyang City, the Great Qin City, is the place where the power of Great Qin gathers. Yan Chuan's relatives are all there. If we don't raise it to the ground, we won't be able to do anything to Yan Chuan. However, there is a place that I don't know if you have forgotten. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. Yang Realm, Ju Palace. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. Palace Master Ju? That's right. Palace Master Ju is Yan Chuan's wife. As long as we take her down, no matter what the outcome is, we will definitely be able to use her to exchange for our brothers. Even if an accident happens in the Great Qin City this time, with Palace Master Ju, I will be able to exchange for everyone, Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. That's right. Everyone immediately agreed. You guys head to the Great Qin City, and I will bring a few people to the Yang Realm's Ju Palace. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. All right. Everyone shouted in response and quickly split into two groups. One group headed east and headed straight for the Great Qin City, while the other group headed south, preparing to head to the Yang Realm from the southern outer continent and reach Ju Palace. Underworld, Rosefinch Heaven Realm, in front of the Rosefinch Palace. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked into the distance. A bunch of idiots. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Dipper Palace. Tian Gang sent Great Emperor Qing Long away. It seems that his goal is to create enmity between Yan Chuan and Great Emperor Qing Long. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed as he quickly analyzed. So that's the case. That's good too. That group of people has split up. A group of people is heading towards the Rosefinch Heaven Realm? Could it be? Palace Master Ju? Haha, so they are going to find her? Although it's a bit despicable, it's not a bad idea. Not bad. Great Emperor Rosefinch laughed. Great Emperor, news has come from the front lines. The Golden Dragon Kong has brought 10 subordinates and entered the Rosefinch Heaven Realm. A subordinate came to report. Got it. Pass down the order. When the Golden Dragon Kong is borrowing the Yellow Springs path, no one is to stop him. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Celestial Emperor, Penging has refused again. Yifeng said with a frown. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. You want to take my heaven-burying coffin? Send another messenger with the same content. Go again. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yifeng replied. Also, the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation, speed up. There's another attack coming. Once the star power is taken, immediately enter the Great Qin City of the Underworld and prepare for battle. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yifeng replied. Underworld, Great Qin City. Many experts were waiting in front of the central palace. Zombie Yan Chuan's face suddenly darkened. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Mournful Flower asked in confusion. It's all because of that Penging. That bastard wants to take my heaven-burying coffin? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The monolith race is a race that suddenly appeared in the middle and later stages of the Second Epoch and has continued to this day. However, the strange thing is that since the beginning of the Second Epoch, they have been content to stay in their corner and have never participated in the struggles of the world. Your subject's understanding of the monolith race is also very limited. Mournful Flower said in a deep voice. I understand. I have never underestimated him. In fact, I have tried my best to avoid clashing with him. However, I must take back the heaven-burying coffin. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. When this attack is over and all the star power is taken, You will follow me to the monolith race. Let's see what kind of foundation this group of stubborn rocks has that they dare to lie through their teeth. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1408. When the Golden Dragon Kong and his 10 subordinates arrived at the Yellow Springs Road in the outer southern continent, Room Sun Rabbit and Tail Fire Tiger had already arrived at the Great Qin City with more than 100 experts. There were a total of 120 people, and their auras were overbearing. They charged towards the Great Qin City with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! The Great Qin City's formation was fully activated. In the Great Qin City, in front of the central palace, there were many officials and experts. Yan Chuan stood at the front, and behind him, Chiliang Hua and Gui Guzi stood on his left and right. Heaven Emperor, Room Sun Rabbit and Tail Fire Tiger are at the 14th heaven. The others are only at the 13th heaven. Chiliang Hua said with a cold smile. 120 people? We can barely take them, but there will be casualties. Gui Guzi said in a low voice. Tell Silver Eye Gui Guzi to come out. After this battle, the outer eastern continent will have a firm foothold. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Gui Guzi replied. Not far away, the doors of the Earth Pavilion opened, and Silver Eye Gui Guzi stepped out. Outside the Great Qin City, everyone stared at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, where's my brother? Why are we wasting time with them? Let's destroy the Great Qin City and find him ourselves. Great Qin City? Not much? Gui Guzi waved his hand. The ground around them churned, and the earth dragon veins were quickly controlled. At this moment, Yin Hentian suddenly flew into the sky. When Yin Hentian flew out, the experts opposite him looked at him with disdain. This was because many people recognized Yin Hentian. What was his cultivation level? The current Yin Hentian was no longer the Yin Hentian of the past. After absorbing the astral energy and strengthening himself, Yin Henshin's cultivation level had reached the 12th heaven. Yin Henshin's strength might not be as strong as these people, but he had a powerful innate ability. Yin Henshin's strength was all used on his innate ability. Dual Pupils Heavenly Realm. Yin Hentian shouted. The space around the group of experts suddenly distorted. Buzz? The 15-13th heavenly layer powerhouses suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yin Hentian did not continue fighting, and he quickly flew back to the Great Qin City and closed his eyes to continue using the divine ability. 15 experts were trapped in an alternate space? Bastard! Room Sun Rabbit shouted angrily. Boom! The Great Perfection expert rushed out with a loud rumble. A group of supreme beasts, a group of peerless generals, 3 imperial swords, and even Butterfly Queen and Meow rushed out. Among them, the most outstanding ones were Desolation Hua and Silver-Eyed Gui Guzi. The two of them were completely one-sided. However, there were simply too many people on the other side. Even though the number of Aureate Major Cultivators was greater than the number of Aureate Major Cultivators, they couldn't fully inherit the other party's strength. As such, the overall strength of the Aureate Major Cultivators was still too weak. Citizens of the world, raise your right hands and help me destroy these thieves. Yan Chuan shouted. The Golden Dragon of Providence roared, and the power of the people from the netherworld quickly gathered. Boom! Surging power surged into Yan Chuan's body. With a loud roar, the dragon bone wings spread open, and blood-red fangs spat out of its mouth. Behind Yan Chuan, the black dragon path soared into the sky and instantly charged towards the group of experts. Boom! Boom! Under the huge explosive power, Yan Chuan was invulnerable. Wherever he went, his fists would land on flesh, and the experts were quickly sent flying. The entire outside the Great Qin City fell into a chaotic battlefield once again. However, at this moment, the Aureate Major Cultivators once again had the upper hand. Room Sun Rabbit, who was fighting with Desolation Hua, widened his eyes. What's going on? How can the Aureate Major Cultivators be so strong? Snake Emperor, are you lying to me? When they came, everyone thought that the Aureate Major Cultivators were very weak. Even though many people had already died in the Aureate Major Cultivators, The news that they received was spread out. However, now, it was obviously not like what the Snake Emperor had said. In an instant, the attacking experts all revealed looks of anger. The battle had begun, and there was no turning back. Inner South Continent. The Snake Emperor looked towards the northeast with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood many subordinates, reporting everything that had happened in the Great Qin City. Heh! The Snake Emperor revealed a cold smile. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at the battle in the Great Qin City and frowned deeply. Something's not right. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. What's wrong? A subordinate asked curiously. The Orate major cultivators are growing too quickly. There weren't so many experts last time, but now there are so many? Emperor Rosefinch's expression was ugly. Huh. For so many experts to appear, the Orate major cultivators must have a secret technique. Send people to the Great Qin City and Xianyang City immediately to investigate. I want to know everything. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Boulder Race. Patriarch Pan Geng and a group of elders sat in the main hall. Patriarch Yen Chuan has already sent 3 messengers, and the content of each letter is the same. Why is Patriarch not willing to give the sky-bearing coffin to Yen Chuan? An elder asked in confusion. That's right. Elder, Yen Chuan's letters are the same every time. This means that Yen Chuan's patience is running out. Since Yen Chuan knows about the sky-bearing coffin, he must have it. Patriarch, why are you hiding it? The group of elders continued to ask. Pan Geng narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a while. The sky-bearing coffin has been requisitioned by the sublord. It contains boundless corpse qi and is extremely helpful for the sublord to cultivate the Jiangchen physique. Pan Geng said in a deep voice. Sublord? The elder's expressions changed. Pan Geng nodded. The main hall suddenly fell silent. After a moment of silence, the elder's tone suddenly changed. Since the sublord has requisitioned it, no matter who comes, they can forget about getting the sky-bearing coffin. Pan Geng nodded. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Celestial Emperor, the Boulder clan has rejected again. Yifeng frowned. Rejected? It won't be long before they have the chance to reject. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. How's the heavenly cycle star formation? 100 heavenly cycle star formation have already been completed. During the war in the Netherworld, the second epoch's powerhouses have been sent to the Yang realm. They are currently depriving them of their astral powers. Yifeng said in a deep voice. That's good. Time is of the essence. Emperor Qinglong might discover it at any time. We have to be fast. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yifeng replied. The war in the Netherworld continued. All the captured powerhouses quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Soon, new powerhouses appeared in Dezhen. There were also casualties among Dezhen's group, but Dezhen had replacements. Feng Ri-Tu and the others did not have replacements at all. One lost. Dezhen's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Yen Chuan, Hua Qiliang, and Silver-Eyed Gui Guzi were all existences that could take on 10 people by themselves. The various formations displayed their might, and the attacking powerhouses were defeated again and again. Bai Qi chopped off the right arm of a powerhouse, and that powerhouse crashed into the ground with a loud bang, heavily injured. Bang! Bai Qi merged with the golden body of Slaughter and stepped on the powerhouse's body. Dezhen soldiers quickly rushed forward and pierced the powerhouse's shoulder blades. They quickly sent him to the Great Qin City and handed him over to Li Si to be sent to the Yang realm. The war lasted for 5 days. 5 days later, of the 120 invading experts, they were either killed or captured. Only 5 experts managed to escape, but unfortunately, they were all captured by Heaven Mending Pavilion. After the battle, although there were some casualties, all the soldiers had proud expressions on their faces. 13 heavens? So what if they were 13 heavens? They had captured them before. Everyone rest first. 3 days later, follow me to conquer the Boulder clan. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone replied. At this moment, Yan Chuan was pursuing speed because no one knew when Emperor Qing Long would return. Everyone was brought to the Yang realm and quickly stripped of their astral power. Those who were injured entered a state of recovery. 3 days later, everyone's astral power was stripped. A group of people was left behind to guard the great Qin city. Zombie Yan Chuan led 100 powerhouses into the Yang realm and charged towards the Boulder clan. Boom! Everyone was in a hurry. They were all peerless powerhouses, so their speed was extremely fast. Not many days later, Yan Chuan arrived outside the Boulder clan's headquarters. Further east of the easternmost land was a boundless sea. This was the easternmost territory. At the center of the territory was a huge mountain. The Boulder clan's headquarters was surrounded by a large number of palaces around this huge mountain. Zombie Yan Chuan and the others stood at the peak of a mountain and looked at the huge mountain in the distance. Celestial Emperor, that mountain is called the Boulder Peak. It's the sacred mountain of the Boulder clan. No one is allowed to approach it. There's only one palace on the Boulder Peak. It's the clan leader's palace, the Boulder Hall, Mournful Transformation explained. Yan Chuan looked over. Indeed, there was a huge palace called the Boulder Hall at the peak of the Boulder Peak. Yan Chuan and his entourage came over aggressively. Naturally, they quickly attracted the attention of the Boulder clan. Boom! Many of the Boulder clan's powerhouses stopped what they were doing and looked coldly at this group of uninvited guests. A group of powerhouses slowly walked out of the Boulder Hall. It was the clan leader of the Boulder clan, Panging, who walked out with a group of elders. Looking at Panging in the distance, Yan Chuan's eyes were filled with coldness as the wind blew through his robe. Panging also stared at Yan Chuan from afar. Panging's face darkened. Celestial Emperor of great accomplishment. May I know why you've come to the Boulder clan? Yan Chuan smiled coldly. What's the matter? Clan leader, you're really forgetful. Panging said in a low voice. The sky-bearing coffin is mine. It's fine if I don't know its whereabouts, but now that I know it's here, I've sent messengers to ask for the coffin again and again. I've already given you enough face, but you've repeatedly challenged my patience. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Emperor Yan said that the sky-bearing coffin is in my hands. How did you know? My subject said so. He might not be right. Compared to you, I have more faith in my subjects. Panging, I'll ask you again. Do you have the sky-bearing coffin or not? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Panging shook his head firmly. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Mournful Transformation immediately said, Celestial Emperor, Panging is stubborn. Your subject requests battle to open his mouth. Permitted, Yan Chuan replied. Chapter 1409. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Desolation Hua immediately said, Sky Emperor, Pan Geng is stubborn. I request you to fight and open his mouth. Permitted, Yan Chuan replied. Understood, Desolation Hua replied. Desolation Hua stepped forward and flew in front of everyone. He twisted his neck and held a blood-red demon sword in his hand as he looked at Pan Geng in the distance. Heavenly Calamity Lone Star? Pan Geng's face darkened. Clan leader, I request you to fight. A monolith race expert immediately stepped forward and shouted. You're not his match. Pan Geng shook his head. How do you know if you haven't tried? Clan leader, let me do it. You don't need to fight this person. The expert shouted. All right. Pan Geng nodded. Immediately, that person charged forward. Desolation Hua sneered. Ignorant. Clang. The blood-red sword in his hand instantly slashed out. The person opposite him punched out. Brave. Desolation Hua shouted. Boom. That expert was sent flying with a loud bang, his right fist badly mangled. Pan Geng, there's no need to look for others. I've long wanted to see how powerful the monolith race is. Take my sword, solitary stab. Desolation Hua shouted. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling blood-red light as he stabbed at Pan Geng. Pan Geng's face darkened. Like the previous person, he punched out. Boom. Large pieces of the void instantly appeared. The group of elders quickly stabilized the area below to prevent the destruction of the monolith peak. The destruction was limited, but the power was extremely great. The fist and sword collided and retreated. Pan Geng didn't even take a step back. Desolation Hua's eyes narrowed as he understood Pan Geng's power. Pan Geng stepped forward. Desolation Hua charged forward with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword and flesh collided again and again. Pan Geng's body valiantly blocked Desolation Hua's sword. In the distance, Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed. Because of Desolation Hua's sword energy, Yen Chuan knew that not long ago, Feng Ritu's 14th firmament cultivation couldn't withstand that sword and didn't dare to face it directly. Not to mention that he was only resisting with his physical body. Yen Chuan had always thought that his body was the most powerful. Therefore, he had never paid any attention to the various physical body cultivation techniques in the world. Who would have thought that the physical body of the rock tribe could also achieve such an effect? Pan Geng roared and punched out. Boom! Desolation transformation was sent flying. Pan Geng actually emerged victorious in a single clash? Desolation Hua was pushed back, but he didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes became even more vicious. Boom! They collided again. The two powerful cultivators were in the midst of their powerful attacks. However, Yen Chuan understood that Pan Geng had the upper hand. In the past, Yen Chuan had guessed that the Boulder tribe was not simple, but he did not expect Panging to be so fierce. One had to know that there were quite a few 14th Heaven Realm cultivators. Miao, Butterfly Queen, Yao Tianshang, and Desolation Transformation. However, the strongest 14th Heaven Realm cultivator was definitely Desolation Transformation. He had the power of the Heavenly Baneful Star and was at the peak of the 14th Heaven Realm. However, Desolation Transformation was pushed back by Pan Geng with such strength? Miao, what a strange Pan Geng. Miao jumped onto Yen Chuan's shoulder and said, Yao Tianshang, help Desolation Transformation. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yao Tianshang answered. With a golden saber in hand, he instantly charged into the battlefield. I want to go too. Miao shouted. Pan Geng is very dangerous. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, I'm not afraid. Even if I can't defeat him, I can definitely escape. Furthermore, I have the strength of the 14th Heaven Realm, but I can't use its full strength. I want to break through. Miao shouted. Alright. Yen Chuan nodded. Miao, little butterfly, let's go. Let's go together. Miao shouted. Butterfly Queen frowned. She was unwilling, but Miao stared at her. However, there was a tinge of sadness in that natural smile. Butterfly Queen nodded. The two of them charged out. Although Miao had always been carefree, she blamed herself for her father's death. If she had been very strong back then, her father wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. Hence, she was only playful in the past. Now, she was risking her life. Butterfly Queen was the same. Hence, she immediately agreed to Miao's request. Yen Chuan also saw it and was slightly worried. 3 deities. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. God, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor answered. Take care of Miao. Just in case. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. The 3 of them answered. Boom. The 3 of them charged forward. Butterfly Queen, Miao, Yao Tianshang, Mournful Transformation, the 3 deities, and a group of exceptional strong practitioners charged into the battlefield. They surrounded Pan Geng in the center. However, Pan Geng's strength was getting stronger. Even in the face of so many strong practitioners, he seemed to be able to handle them. Bai Qi said in a low voice, Celestial Emperor, this Pan Geng seems to be at the 15th level of heaven? Almost. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Bai Qi was puzzled. Pan Geng should be at the 15th level of heaven. However, he seems to have some flaw, so his strength can't reach the 15th level of heaven. However, he's stronger than the 14th level of heaven, Yen Chuan said with a frown. 15th level of heaven? Bai Qi's eyes focused. Like Miao. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Before coming, Yan Chuan didn't expect Pan Gong to be at the 15th level of heaven. Although he couldn't fully unleash the power of the 15th level of heaven, this cultivation made Yan Chuan very serious. Why was the Boulder tribe so content with their own territory? Bastards, you're all shameless. A Boulder tribe elder shouted from afar. As he spoke, the elder immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the battlefield of Pan Gong. Bai Chi coldly snorted and stepped forward. Killing path golden body. Bai Chi was instantly enveloped by a golden giant, and a baleful energy blade slashed towards the elder. Boom! A ferocious slash tore through the void. The elder was sent flying back by the slash. Bastard! The group of experts from the Boulder clan immediately soared into the sky. Ka. The experts of the Great Accomplishment Realm also grabbed their weapons. In the distant battlefield, Pan Gong was fighting. Stop! Without my order, no one is allowed to interfere. Pan Gong shouted. Shouted Pan Gong. All the members of the rock tribe looked anxious, but they all retreated. Bai Chi snorted coldly. Yan Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 7 experts of the Great Accomplishment Realm against Pan Gong. Was this shameless? Of course not, because they were fighting Yan Chuan's subordinates, not Yan Chuan himself. One side was the master, and the other side was the subject. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with having a few more. After all, Yan Chuan had not made a move yet. Pan Gong also understood the strength of the 100 people that the Great Accomplishment Realm had brought this time. Since Yan Chuan dared to come, he had the confidence to destroy the Boulder tribe. This group of people was also extremely ferocious. Pan Gong's tribesmen might not be a match for them. Pan Gong fought 1 against 7. Gradually, he went from having the upper hand to being at a disadvantage. Strangely, Yan Chuan did not give any more orders to attack. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Yan Chuan suddenly had a strange feeling. This feeling made Yan Chuan feel strongly repulsed. It was not a threat, but it felt very close. Yan Chuan gradually sensed that this feeling did not come from elsewhere. It was that Boulder Peak. Boulder Peak. Yan Chuan opened his eyes. And at this time, Desolation Hua revealed a hideous look. Demon Slash. Desolation Hua slashed at Pan Gong with his sword. Boom. Although Pan Gong was not injured, the tremendous force seemed to smash him down with a loud bang. Boom. Instantly, Pan Gong collided with Boulder Peak. The entire Boulder Peak shook with a loud bang. Crack. Halfway up Boulder Peak, a thin crack suddenly cracked open. At the crack, there was a huge platform. And there seemed to be a huge door appearing at that place. Everyone in the surroundings was at a loss. Meow? Why is there an extra door suddenly? Meow said in shock. Meow was shocked. Even the countless cultivators of the Boulder tribe also revealed blank looks. Only the elders' faces changed, revealing a solemn expression. Desolation Hua, Yao Tiansheng, and the rest paused. Quang. The huge door opened with a loud bang. Pan Gong immediately flew over. Slowly, another giant walked out from inside. It was a member of the Boulder tribe. The man held a scepter in his hand and walked out slowly with a gloomy expression. Pan Gong, the man said in a deep voice. Fourth brother. Pan Gong said respectfully. In the distance, Yan Chuan's face darkened. Fourth brother? Pan Gong was so respectful to this person. This person was stronger than Pan Gong? How could the Boulder tribe have so many strong cultivators? Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb us. A strong enemy is attacking. Fourth brother said in a deep voice. Yes, fourth brother knows. Great Jin's heavenly court, Yan Chuan. Pan Gong said bitterly. Didn't I tell you before? Don't meddle in the affairs of the world. Fourth brother reprimanded. I didn't. It's... Pan Gong revealed a trace of bitterness. Fourth brother was about to reprimand him when a voice came from the cave behind the door. Pan Ding, this has nothing to do with Pan Gong. An old voice came. Fourth brother, Pan Ding? In the distance, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Rumble. Slowly, a bronze coffin flew out from the inside. Sky-burying coffin? Bai Qi and the other's eyes lit up. Quang! The sky-burying coffin suddenly stood upright, and the coffin lid slowly opened. Inside the coffin, there was a skinny man lying down. Around the man, there was an extremely dense corpse qi being emitted. Around zombie Yen Chuan, a dense corpse qi also unconsciously emanated from him. The two corpse qi faced each other from a distance. It was as if they were enemies. Whoosh! The skinny man opened his eyes, and the corpse qi became more vigorous. In an instant, the boulder peak was enveloped in rolling black corpse qi. Yen Chuan was not to be outdone. He stepped forward, and rolling corpse qi emanated from him. Greetings, Vice Lord. Pan Geng and Pan Ding bowed respectfully. However, the man who sensed it didn't care. Instead, he stared straight at zombie Yen Chuan. The body of a general? The skinny man slowly stepped out of the sky-burying coffin and said in a deep voice, "You also have the body of a general?" Yen Chuan asked in a deep voice. From his first life until now, Yen Chuan had seen others who had cultivated the body of a general. However, most of them had not succeeded, and their achievements were very small. He was the only one who had cultivated the body of a general. In front of him, there was another person who had cultivated the body of a general. This person's corpse qi was soaring, and it was not weaker than his. In fact, the surging corpse qi was even stronger than his. Chapter 1410. In front of Boulder Peak in the outer east continent of the mortal realm, a skinny man emerged from the last sky-burying coffin. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his facial features were distinct. Corpse qi soared into the sky. From afar, it looked like a plume of smoke rising from behind him into the depths of the starry sky. This corpse qi was even purer than Yen Chuan's. Ever since the Great Thousand Domains, Yen Chuan had encountered other experts who cultivated the body of generals and ministers. However, no one had ever reached his level. Yen Chuan even believed that the body of generals and ministers was created solely for him. Back then, many experts from the Bai clan had tried to cultivate it, but no one had achieved anything except for him. Not only had he succeeded, but it had also been extremely smooth. But now, someone else had cultivated the body of generals and ministers, and had even succeeded? Yen Chuan of the Great Zhen Celestial Court. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. No matter what, Yen Chuan respected the skinny man in front of him. The skinny man walked out of the sky-burying coffin, touched it, and narrowed his eyes at Yen Chuan. Sublord Jiangchen of the First Realm, despise the world. In Xianying City, a group of Great Zhen officials stood in front of Yen Chuan. These officials were mainly responsible for recording information about the various experts in the world. Yen Chuan summoned all of them. Despise the world? Celestial Emperor, we've never heard of you. Celestial Emperor, there's no such person in our database. In front of Boulder Peak, Yen Chuan frowned deeply. Despise the world? What arrogance! And Sublord Jiangchen? What did that mean? Despise seemed to have noticed Yen Chuan's confusion. Is this your coffin? That's right. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. So you're from the Great Thousand Domains? Sublord Jiangchen of the Great Thousand Domains? Despise's eyes glinted. Sublord Jiangchen of the Great Thousand Domains? Panging and the others' expressions changed. Vice Lord Jiangchen? Yen Chuan asked gravely. The body of a general and minister is a technique that can only be cultivated by one person in each world. In fact, in 4 worlds, there are 2 other people who possess the body of a general and minister. Both of them are called Vice Lords of Generals and Ministers. Miesher said in a deep voice. A world can only give birth to one? But Yen Chuan was puzzled. Don't you feel it? Cultivating the body of generals and ministers has allowed you to jump out of the heavenly Tao and transcend the 5 elements? Jiesher chuckled. Oh! In every world, only one person can perfectly practice this skill. I'm sure you know how overbearing it is. The physical body is strong, but that's not the most overbearing thing. The most overbearing thing is that it weakens one's control over one's fate, said Jiesher. Weaken the control of fate? Yen Xuan was puzzled. Everyone's birth chart has a mark left behind by fate. However, for those who cultivate the body of a vassal, the mark in their birth chart is dissipating. Can't you feel it? Jie said in a low voice. This coffin contains the corpse qi of the great thousand realms. It must have been left behind by you. Jie said in a deep voice. That's right. It's time for me to return it to you, Yen Xuan said in a low voice. Then he waved his hand. Buzz. The sky-burying coffin in the distance trembled as though it had sensed Yen Xuan's presence. It emitted a dazzling green light and flew toward Yen Xuan in the blink of an eye. Bang! Jie grabbed the sky-burying copper coffin and sneered, not letting it go. Yen Xuan's eyes widened. You're about to die. What's the point of keeping the sky-burying coffin? Jie sneered. What do you mean? If I don't kill you, you'll kill me. Out of the 4 vice lords, only one can live. Jie said in a low voice. Only one can live? What do you mean? Yen Xuan asked in a low voice. What do I mean? If you can defeat me, I'll tell you everything. If you can't, you'll be refined by me. What's the point of telling you then? Jie said coldly. As he spoke, he clenched his fist. Boom! As he clenched his fist, the surrounding void trembled slightly. Behind Jie, Pan Geng's face changed and he suddenly said, Yen Di. His shout interrupted the confrontation between Yen Xuan and Jie. Pan Geng didn't know that you're the vice lord of the great thousand realms. The rock tribe won't interfere in your battle with Jie. Please go all out. Pan Geng said in a low voice. Oh. The monolith tribe is not under the control of the vice lord. We despise the vice lord and are only temporarily residing in our place. Because of our great relationship, we have been embezzling the sky-burying copper coffin. Please forgive us, Yen Di. The sky-burying copper coffin will be left to the 2 of you. The monolith tribe will not participate. Yen Xuan looked at Pan Geng with a strange expression. However, Jie smiled coldly and ignored Pan Geng. He stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and threw a punch at Yen Xuan. Boom! A huge fist aura suddenly appeared and shattered the void wherever it passed. Yen Xuan's face darkened and he punched back. Boom! The 2 fists collided in midair and the mountain under Yen Xuan's feet crumbled under Yen Xuan's feet. However, Jie didn't move at all. Please don't fight here. You can fight in the endless sea in the east. Pan Geng said in a low voice. All right, I don't want the rock tribe to suffer in my hands. Jie smiled and nodded. Yen Xuan's heart was in turmoil. It was just as he had guessed. Jie's body wasn't any weaker than his. Even though they were of the same origin, he was slightly weaker than Jie. Roar! Jie roared. He spat out his fangs and a huge pair of dragon bone wings appeared on his back. However, Jie's wings were red while Yen Xuan's were black. Jie stared coldly at Yen Xuan as if he was waiting for Yen Xuan to fight. Heaven Emperor, let me do it. Mournful Flower said immediately. Meow. Meow also cried out. Go to Xianyang City immediately. Yen Xuan took out a sky-burying coffin. Meow, I don't want to. I want to go with you. Meow immediately cried out. No, go back. Yen Xuan glared and shouted. Meow. Meow immediately felt wronged. Yen Xuan didn't explain. The sky-burying coffin opened and the ministers obeyed and were quickly sent to Xianyang City. Meow had no choice but to be sent there too. In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. After putting away the sky-burying coffin, Yen Xuan looked at Jie and the last sky-burying coffin. Jie grabbed the sky-burying coffin and sneered, If you can beat me, you can take this sky-burying coffin. But if you lose, what's the point of taking it back? Yen Xuan nodded and didn't hesitate anymore. Roar! With a loud roar, Jie spat out his fangs and a pair of dragon bone wings appeared. Boom! With a flap of the dragon bone wings, Yen Xuan soared into the sky and followed Jie to the east of the easternmost land. Pan Geng frowned. Fourth brother, isn't it too early? Pan Ding shook his head. No, it's not. Back then, The rock tribe thought of ways to send the body of a general and official to various worlds. Wasn't it for this day? The body of a general and official has a strange and unpredictable cultivation method. Unfortunately, the rock tribe can't cultivate it. Yan Chuan seems to be at the 11th heaven, but Jie is at the 13th heaven. The difference is huge. Yan Chuan is doomed this time. Pan Ding frowned. Yan Chuan? He's not simple. Some time ago, Pan Sheng sent a letter from the netherworld. The 13th heaven cultivator who woke up in the second epoch is nothing in front of Yan Chuan. Pan Gung frowned. Pan Ding showed a trace of disdain. How can they be compared to the body of a general and official? When Jie was at the 11th heaven, he could easily defeat them. I'm sure that Yan Chuan's fierce strength comes from the body of a general and official. And Jie is even more so. How can Yan Chuan be his match? Pan Ding said disdainfully. Is that so? Pan Gung frowned. Pan Ding glanced at Pan Gung. Although Jie is at the 13th heaven, you may not be his match. Xianying City. Miao, Hua Chiliang, Yao Tianshang, and the others were teleported back. Miao was aggressive and prepared to find trouble with Yan Chuan, but the person who received them was Lu Buwei. Miao, where's Yan Chuan? Miao shouted. Just now, news came from the Absolute Palace. The Golden Dragon Kong under Emperor Qing Long led 10 experts to besiege the Absolute Palace. The Celestial Emperor received the news and immediately went over. Lu Buwei said, Miao? The Golden Dragon Kong? Miao was slightly stunned. Buzz! With a flash, Miao teleported away. In an instant, Miao appeared in front of Yan Chuan in human form. Yan Chuan, who was flying, had a change in expression. He reached out to grab Miao and continued flying in the direction of the Absolute Palace. Miao, why didn't Yan Chuan let me help you? Miao said angrily. Shaking his head, Yan Chuan said, the rock tribe is stronger than I thought. Pan Gung? Fourth brother Pan Ding? Will there be Pan Jia, Pan Yi, and Pan Bing? The rock tribe is not something I can touch for now. Also, since they said they won't interfere with my battle with Jie, that's for the best. But we have to be prepared. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, then why don't you let me help you fight Jie? Miao shouted. No, he's too dangerous, even more dangerous than Pan Gung. Yan Chuan said with certainty. How do you know? Because I also cultivate the body of a general. I naturally know how dangerous it is. In this battle, I will do my best, but... Yan Chuan's expression was complicated. Miao, but what? You're no match for him either? Miao Miao exclaimed. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan shook his head and said, Don't worry, I still have a backup plan. Miao? Miao was confused. Let's save Lur first. Kong the Golden Dragon? Emperor Qing Long's subordinates are too unruly. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Miao? Unruly? Miao didn't understand. Yan Chuan didn't explain, but his face was gloomy. Above the Far East Sea, Jie looked coldly at zombie Yan Chuan. The two of them spread out their dragon bone wings. Corpse qi spread out from their bodies. The entire sea was filled with cold qi, and the surging waves froze everything within 5,000 kilometers of the sea. Far away, Pan Ding and Pan Gung stood on top of the rock peak, waiting for the battle. I didn't expect this day to come so soon, Jie said coldly. You've been waiting for this day? That's right, the body of a general. When the four bodies combine, that's the true body of a general. You and I are both sacrificial lambs. I don't want to be defenseless when the calamity comes. I'll start with you. Jie roared and instantly shot toward Yan Chuan. Chapter 1411. Deep in the starry sky, at the end of space-time, above an oval-shaped star, Emperor Qing Long and Tiangang were sitting at a stone table. Tiangang was controlling a ball of golden mist with both hands. Within the mist, there seemed to be tens of thousands of mini mist dragons. In the center of the mist dragons, there was a yellow sword light. Tiangang was controlling the mist and the sword light. On the other side, while Tiangang was concentrating on controlling the sword light, the Azure Dragon Emperor looked down from afar. Below was the deep star layer. He could see the corresponding stars of his subordinates. As for those stars, they were shining in batches. Then, many stars suddenly dimmed. Emperor Qinglong's face sank and narrowed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Emperor Qinglong's expression calmed down and acted as if he didn't notice anything. Then, the Azure Dragon Emperor looked at Tiangang and the yellow sword light. First epic sword of force? Qinglong said in a deep voice. That's right. It's this sword of force that allowed me to transcend. Force is one of the strongest in the first epic. It's not weaker than her when she transformed into reincarnation. Tiangang said proudly. Emperor Qinglong looked at the sword light in front of him. A trace of desire flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He nodded and said, I can feel a surging aura. It's a pity that you can only unlock it to this point. It would be better if you could remove some of the dragon mist. That won't do. Tiangang smiled. Then forget it. I feel that something has happened in the lower realm. For some reason, my subordinates are constantly mobilizing the power of the stars. Let's meet again in the future. At that time, I will ask you for guidance on the wonders of the Sword of Force. Emperor Qinglong smiled. Wait. Tiangang was a little anxious. What's wrong? Emperor Qinglong was puzzled. Tiangang's expression flickered for a moment before he finally nodded and said, Just now, the great emperor taught me the Qinglong art and benefited me greatly. I can't be too stingy. How about this? I'll push aside another layer of dragon mist. Great Emperor Qinglong, don't come near. Haha, great. Emperor Qinglong's eyes lit up as he laughed out loud. However, Tiangang secretly sighed. The two continued to observe the sword of momentum. Underworld, Rosefinch Heaven. Emperor Rosefinch looked at the great Qin city with a dark expression. Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are constantly being captured. There are already more than 200 of them. Why doesn't Emperor Qinglong care? If it was in the past, Emperor Qinglong would have already appeared. Emperor Rosefinch frowned. My lord, there's news from everywhere. Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are constantly gathering in the inner south continent, but Emperor Qinglong hasn't shown himself. A subordinate said respectfully. That's not right. What could be more important than losing more than 200 second-era subordinates? Emperor Rosefinch was puzzled. Perhaps Emperor Qinglong thinks that Yan Chuan doesn't dare to do anything to them. When he returns, he can take back his subordinates. Perhaps. However, Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are unlucky. Every time they go, they are at their most powerful. At this moment, the great Qin city is empty, but no one is going to destroy it. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. The great Qin city is empty? Yan Chuan left the great Qin city? That's right. Not only did Yan Chuan leave the great Qin city, but so did a group of experts. Even Gui Guzi, who was guarding the city, just left. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. They went to the Yang realm? Emperor Rosefinch nodded. Now, the great Qin city is empty. My lord, should we inform them again? The Vermilion Bird Emperor pondered for a moment before nodding his head in the end. All right, I'll do Emperor Azure Dragon a favor. I also want to see Yan Chuan's face when he's defeated. Yang Realm, Inner South Continent. Some of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates gathered in front of the Big Dipper Palace again. Snake Emperor, you're the one who persuaded my brother to go to the Great Qin, right? Bastard, I just received news that my brothers have all been captured. My brother isn't a reckless man. He knows that there are people who went to the Great Qin city and were captured. There's no way he would go again with just 100 people. He would definitely wait for us. Everyone kept questioning the Snake Emperor. I advised everyone not to go, but they didn't listen to me. There's nothing I can do. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly. It's you. Everyone was still depressed. At that moment, a red light flew over from the south. Someone shouted. That's Emperor Rosefinch's subordinate. Let him come over. An expert shouted. The Snake Emperor looked confused. Suddenly, A red-robed man appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, long time no see. The red-robed man smiled. What are you doing here? My lord just sent a letter asking me to inform you that if you want to go to the Great Qin City to save your brothers, you should hurry. Now, the Great Qin City is empty, and everyone has left. And this quickly. The red-robed man said in a deep voice. Are you serious? Someone asked in a deep voice. Is there a need for Emperor Rosefinch to lie to you? It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The red-robed man said coldly. After saying that, the red-robed man walked away. The group of experts frowned and pondered. I believe in Emperor Rosefinch. I believe in him too. The Lord must be busy with something. Let's go by ourselves. But we only have 80 people. What? Since Emperor Rosefinch said that the Great Qin City is empty, there's no need for him to offend my lord. Leave 2 people here to wait for the others and my lord. We'll go and save our brothers now. Okay. Everyone nodded and once again headed towards the Great Qin City. The Snake Emperor looked at this scene in astonishment. He originally thought that this group of people would wait for everyone to return from their awakening in the mortal realm, and that it would be impossible for them to go to Dajin. Unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn for the better. The Vermilion Bird Emperor had interfered and helped him greatly. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, where the Absolute Palace was located. Boom! Countless golden lights exploded around the Absolute Palace. The Golden Dragon Kong was a 14th Heaven expert, and his 10 subordinates were 13th Heaven experts. There was no need for the Golden Dragon Kong to personally take action. The guards around the Absolute Palace were heavily injured. Some of the original palace masters of the Absolute Palace could not even withstand a single blow from this group of people. In an instant, they were all heavily injured and fell to the ground. Palace Master Absolute, we don't want to hurt you. However, your husband captured my brothers, so we have to use you to exchange for them. The Golden Dragon Kong said with a smile. Earth stood at the entrance of the Absolute Palace with a gloomy expression. Was this caused by Yen Chuan? Earth turned to look towards the north, but there was no resentment in her eyes. Instead, there was an inexplicable affection. Over the years, L'Or gradually realized that her emotions were becoming richer and richer. Often, when she was tossing and turning in bed in the middle of the night, she would inexplicably think of Yen Chuan. L'Or understood that this was the Emperor's feelings. The Emperor's feelings were constantly transferred to her. Perhaps she really had to love Yen Chuan on behalf of the Emperor. Although she could not control her emotions, L'Or did not reject it. After all, in the past, other than the father-daughter relationship, she had never had any other feelings. Now that there was suddenly one more, this feeling was very wonderful. Take them down! The Golden Dragon Kong shouted. L'Or's face darkened. She reached out and took out 2 huge blue eggshells. They were the eggshells that L'Or had hatched in the past. Now, L'Or was using them as Dharma treasures. Yen Chuan will come and save me. Just you wait. L'Or said angrily to the Golden Dragon Kong. Then she stepped into the eggshells. Clang! The eggshells merged together and immediately wrapped around L'Or, forming a whole body. Yen Chuan will come and save you? It's too late. Moreover, you're still hiding in the eggshells? What a joke, what a joke. The Golden Dragon Kong said disdainfully. A subordinate reached out to grab it. Boom! A rebounding force on the eggshells sent that person flying. What? The Golden Dragon Kang's expression changed. How could an eggshell stop him? Break the eggshells! The Golden Dragon Kong shouted. Boom! The group of experts quickly attacked the eggshells. The eggshells emitted a dazzling blue light, blocking the group of experts and preventing them from getting close. The fat meat in his mouth was about to fly away. The Golden Dragon Kong was furious and reached out to grab the ground. Rumble! The ground churned. The Golden Dragon Kong wanted to move this piece of land away. However, the huge blue egg seemed to be fixed in place. The ground moved, but the huge blue egg remained motionless. Damn it! The Golden Dragon Kong was extremely depressed. The Golden Dragon Kong took out a long saber and slashed at the huge blue egg. Boom! The huge egg rebounded with a huge force, causing the Golden Dragon Kong to almost lose his grip on the saber. Attack together and break it for me. A supreme perfection expert should be coming here. We have to be quick and capture this girl before Yen Chuan arrives, the Golden Dragon Kong said anxiously. The group of people raised their weapons and charged at the huge egg quickly. Inside the huge egg, Lulu could see the waves of heavy attacks from the outside world. At this moment, she was extremely anxious. It was this huge egg that had hatched Lur back then. Now that it had been refined, it could merge with her again. The Golden Dragon Kong slashed at the huge egg as if he was slashing at Lur's body. Yen Chuan, come quickly. I was looking forward to it. Yen Chuan was also anxiously flying towards the Absolute Palace. However, other than Yen Chuan, there was another person who sensed the battle here. It came from the Netherworld, the North Continent. The Emperor sat cross-legged in the Undying Hall. Suddenly, an egg-shaped halo appeared around Zhou Che. The saber lights collided with the halo. The Emperor saw everything that Lur saw clearly as well. The Emperor suddenly stood up and stepped out of the hall with a fierce look on his face. Kwang! The door of the hall opened. A group of disciples stood outside the hall. Greetings, Master, the disciples said respectfully. As the Emperor grew stronger, the disciples realized that their master's eyes were getting colder and more ruthless. In the past, they could still chat and laugh with their master, but now, no one dared to do so. The Emperor carried a long saber on his back and looked to the east. Yen Chuan? I asked you to take care of Lur, and this is how you take care of her? Lur is no longer suitable to stay in Great Shen. I'm bringing her back, the Emperor said in a deep voice. With that, he stepped and flew to the east. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1412. At the Absolute Palace in the outer eastern continent of the Yang Realm, boom, boom, rumbling sounds rang out in all directions, and huge fissures appeared on the ground all around. The entire Absolute Palace's territory shook. The Golden Dragon Kong attacked again and again, but the huge blue egg before it remained motionless. How can this be? The Golden Dragon Kong said, feeling extremely depressed. My lord, this egg is not moving at all. What should we do? That's right. My lord, how can this eggshell be so sturdy? Everyone felt anxious. They had been trying to break this egg for several days already. However, they still could not break it. The surrounding ground had turned into lava, but the huge egg remained unscathed. This egg has the power of cycles. A subordinate suddenly raised his eyebrows. The power of cycles? This is an item from the first epic? The Golden Dragon Kang's expression changed. The power of cycles. Could it be the senior who transformed into cycles? As everyone guessed, their initial depression gradually turned into excitement. A treasure from the first epic. The Golden Dragon Kong glared. With a dragon roar, the Golden Dragon Kang's body radiated dazzling golden light. Its figure quickly turned into a huge golden dragon. The Golden Dragon's single horn radiated surging golden light in all directions. Lord, so, after you transform into a dragon, although your strength will increase sharply, you will be weak for a long time. A subordinate said. So what if I'm weak? The treasure from the first epic is the most important. Unexpectedly, I gained so much on this trip. The Golden Dragon Kong guffawed. The single-horned Golden Dragon Kong roared, and its huge dragon claw grabbed at the huge egg again. Rumble. Grabbing the huge egg, the Golden Dragon Kong used its full strength. Immediately, the surrounding space exploded, sending surging explosions in all directions. Buzz. The huge egg trembled slightly as if it was shaken. Inside the huge egg, Lur showed an anxious expression. However, she could not do anything at this moment. Lur bit her lip, showing an anxious expression. It's moving. My lord, it's moving. A subordinate said joyfully. Let's go. Quickly leave this place. The Golden Dragon Kong shouted excitedly. Everyone shouted excitedly. Leave here? An explosion suddenly sounded in the void. The sound waves surged forward. Everyone's expression changed. They saw Yen Chuan and Miao standing in the sky not far away. Yen Chuan, inside the huge egg, suddenly revealed a joyful expression. A strong sense of happiness struck his heart. On the other side, everyone's expression changed drastically. So fast? The golden dragon's face sank. Yen Chuan twisted his neck. His shoulder-length black hair suddenly turned into a head of blood-red hair, surrounded by rolling blood mist. Everyone lowered their heads, and the lava beneath their feet was instantly enveloped by the sea of blood. Everyone was enveloped within the sea of blood. Miao, a bunch of baddies. Miao reached out and pounced on one of the experts. Sir, what should we do? It's just Yen Chuan and Xuan Miao. Capture them. The golden dragon Kong shouted. While everyone was shouting, Yen Chuan's hands suddenly turned silvery white in the distance. Under the sea of blood, his power skyrocketed. Yen Chuan's silvery white hands suddenly reached out toward the two experts. Hand of Tao. Ju's star-picking hand of the past. Two energy palms instantly formed and appeared at the necks of the two experts. Crack. Crack. The two experts' necks were instantly gripped by Yen Chuan, and they could not move. What? Everyone's expression changed. When did Yen Chuan become so strong? The two experts who were gripped by their necks still struggled. Yen Chuan clasped his hands together. Boom! The two powerhouses collided with each other. The tremendous force caused their faces to swell up. A sky-burying coffin flew out from behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yen Chuan threw the two experts into the coffin. They quickly teleported to Xianying. The two experts who were gripped by their necks were extremely depressed. They were suddenly relieved and were about to rejoice. Suddenly, a group of experts appeared around them. Yao Tianshang, Desolation, and the group of second epoch's experts surrounded the two of them. Not far away, the expression of the golden dragon, who was holding the huge egg, suddenly changed. I almost forgot. A space-time treasure? The sky-burying coffin? The golden dragon had heard of the sky-burying coffin's teleportation function, but he could not recall it at the moment. Run! Run! The golden dragon suddenly roared. At the same time, a large number of experts rushed out of the sky-burying coffin. Desolation, Yao Tianshang, and the nation beasts swarmed out and pounced at the group. The golden dragon transformed into a single-horned dragon and was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. You want to run? My dragon chariot still lacks a dragon. Pull my chariot. Yen Chuan glared. The hand of Tao appeared again and quickly grabbed into the distance. Two huge white energy palms instantly appeared at the golden dragon's tail. Boom! After grabbing the energy palms, the golden dragon struggled crazily. Come back! Yen Chuan glared and tightened his grip. Boom! The golden dragon was instantly pulled back. Yao Tianshang, Desolation, and Miao instantly appeared before the golden dragon. The three attacked the golden dragon at the same time. Yen Chuan left the battlefield to his subordinates. Then he quickly arrived at the huge blue egg. Are you all right? Yen Chuan asked worriedly. Crack! The huge egg slowly cracked open, revealing Lu, whose face was covered in tears. Yen Chuan, I thought I would never see you again. So. Threw herself into Yen Chuan's arms and cried. As Yen Chuan hugged the crying Lu, his expression suddenly turned complicated. A feeling of familiarity, love, yet not love, grew in his heart. Looking at the sobbing Lu in his arms, Yen Chuan's shock gradually turned into gentleness. He smiled faintly and hugged Lu tightly. You are my wife. How can I not come? How can I let you suffer? Yen Chuan said gently. Sob. So. Cried softly. Don't stay here anymore. Come back to Xianying with me. Yen Chuan said gently. All right. No. Nodded gently. Yang Realm, Far Eastern Sea, Yen Chuan versus Contempt. The heaven-burying coffin hovered in midair. The two generals and subordinates fought fiercely. It had been several days, and Yen Chuan had been at a disadvantage. Roar! Zombie Yen Chuan, who was in a sorry state, showed a ferocious expression. The black dragon Great Tao behind him roared. Behind the black dragon Great Tao were the 3,000 clones of the Great Thousand Realms Great Tao. For a moment, zombie Yen Chuan used almost all of his strength. Behind Contempt was a blood-red path. On the blood-red path, there was also a blood-red dragon that looked like it had been skinned, revealing a ferocious expression. Boom! Contempt punched out, and the surrounding void shattered. The two zombie fists collided again in midair. On one side was the surging blood-red power of the Great Path, and on the other side was the Black Dragon Great Path and the 3,000 Heavenly Path replicas. Boom! Yen Chuan's fist aura shattered, and Contempt's fist aura hit Yen Chuan's chest. Yen Chuan was sent flying. As he flew out, a large part of the void shattered. Puff, puff, puff. After stabilizing himself, Yen Chuan panted and looked at Contempt in the distance with a gloomy expression. Contempt cracked his neck and sneered, "The body of a general? You are still far from it. This is a copy of the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Thousand Realms, right? In the end, it is not the true 3,000 heavenly Daos. It only has the form. The 3,000 heavenly Daos form a universe origin body, and their energies transform and complement each other. However, you are just a scattered copy of the 3,000 heavenly Daos. You don't know how to combine them. Thus, you can't bring out the true power of the 3,000 heavenly Daos." Contempt said. "You make it sound nice. Can you make them circulate and borrow each other's strength?" Yen Chuan said. "No one can do that and no one can do that. So, you are still not a match for me." Contempt said coldly. "Don't be unconvinced. Indeed, the body of a general is extremely tyrannical. Even I can't refine you immediately. However, haven't you noticed? I hit you so many times to weaken the body of a general. Look at your chest." Contempt sneered. Yen Chuan tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a deep fist mark on his chest. "Do you see the fist mark? Your body of a general is about to reach its limit. This is just the beginning. Watch me break it completely." "Ha!" Contempt guffawed. As he laughed, he instantly appeared before Yen Chuan. Contempt showed a ferocious expression as he threw a punch at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan showed a ferocious expression and did not dodge. Instead, he punched Contempt's head. Boom! Boom! The two punched each other. With a loud bang, they were both sent flying. Contempt immediately stabilized himself and twisted his head. His head was fine. As Yen Chuan flew out, an even deeper fist mark appeared on his chest. Yen Chuan felt immense pain from the fist mark. "You are not a match for me, Vice Lord Jiangshan of the Great Thousand Realms," Contempt said coldly. "Why can only one person cultivate the body of a general?" Yen Chuan asked sullenly as he clutched his chest. "This is not something I can decide. When this cultivation method was created, it was destined to be like this. I said that if you can defeat me, I will tell you everything. Unfortunately, it seems that you can't defeat me now," Contempt said. As he spoke, Contempt charged at Yen Chuan again. This time, Contempt did not use a fist. Instead, his right hand turned into a claw and attacked fiercely. It was too fast. It was so fast that Yen Chuan could not dodge in time. "Open!" Contempt roared ferociously. Boom! Contempt's claw pierced Yen Chuan's chest. Yen Chuan's blood spurted out. "It's finally broken," Contempt said with a ferocious smile. The invincible body of a general was broken? Yen Chuan looked ferocious as he grabbed Contempt's arm. "Wait for me to refine you," Contempt said with a sinister smile. "Self-destruct," Yen Chuan said fiercely. Boom! Zombie Yen Chuan suddenly self-destructed. The terrifying explosion instantly shattered the void and spread wildly in all directions. Rumble! The huge explosion rushed toward the boulder territory where the boulder tribe was located. For a moment, the earth shook and countless mountains collapsed. At the boulder peak, Pan Ding and Pan Gung looked at the Far East Sea in shock. These two are too ruthless. They are fighting to the death. Pan Gung's face twitched. Chapter 1413. These two are too ruthless. Do they have a death wish? Pang Ying's face twitched. The aftermath of Yen Chuan's self-destruction shook the entire monolith weave. The explosion reverberated throughout the outer eastern continent. It was even more powerful than Yen Chuan's self-destruction. Bearing the brunt of the explosion, Qiao Shi naturally suffered the greatest impact. The moment Yen Chuan self-destructed, Qiao Shi's eyes widened in shock. Isn't the mental fortitude of the sublord of the vast thousand domains too weak? Did they die together just like that? At the same time, Qiao Shi suffered an unprecedented blow. A super explosion. Even Qiao Shi's extremely sturdy Jiangchen body was severely injured. Boom! Qiao Shi was sent flying. His robes were torn to shreds, and his entire body was covered in wounds. His hair was disheveled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bastard! Qiao Shi roared in frustration. He wanted to refine Yen Chuan. What if Qiao Shi self-destructed? Qiao Shi didn't care if he was severely injured, but if Yen Chuan was gone, wouldn't his plan fail? What a terrifying Jiangchen body. Even I might not be able to withstand such a powerful explosion. Qiao Shi actually... Pang Ying muttered bitterly. The monolith tribe prided themselves on their sturdy bodies, but now, even Pang Ying had self-destructed in fear. Qiao Shi, on the other hand, was severely injured, but not killed. His limbs were intact, but he was covered in wounds. Pang Ying were stunned. In the distance, Qiao Shi was even more shocked. After Yen Chuan's self-destruction, the countless fragments suddenly twisted and quickly gathered toward the center. Like a gust of wind, the fragments quickly gathered into a ball. Gradually, the ball of fragments emitted a faint black light. Within the black light, the ball of flesh quickly reformed into a human figure. Countless pieces of flesh reformed into Yen Chuan's appearance. He's revived. Pang Ying's expression changed. Restoration divine ability? And self-destruction? Explosive beast? He refined it? Pang Ying's expression changed. Far East Sea. Zombie Yen Chuan had returned to normal. In the past, he had refined an exploding beast with the human body Yen Chuan. Not only could the human body Yen Chuan return to normal by self-detonating, even the zombie Yen Chuan could do the same. This time, if he had no other choice, zombie Yen Chuan wouldn't use it. After self-detonating once, zombie Yen Chuan's face was deathly pale. Clearly, this self-detonation had consumed some of his yuan qi. You've recovered? The exploding beast's divine ability? Jie Shi exclaimed as he clutched his chest. Zombie Yen Chuan put away the 3,000 clones of the Heavenly Tao and the Black Dragon Great Tao. Then, he went to the last sky-burying coffin. Looks like I got it. Zombie Yen Chuan said while panting. So what if you can blow yourself up? You won't be able to recover to your previous state. Your Jiangchen body is still on the verge of collapse. I can still kill you. Jie Shi controlled the Great Tao and charged again. Take care of yourself. You won't be so lucky every time. Next time I'll refine you. Zombie Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Next time? You can't escape. Jie Shi roared angrily. However, at this moment, a portal suddenly appeared behind Yen Chuan. Yin Qi surged out from within. On the other side of the portal, Gui Guzi stood respectfully and said, Celestial Emperor, please enter the netherworld. Yen Chuan stepped in. What? Jie Shi's expression changed. Someone had opened a portal in the netherworld at the same location? Heal up and wait for me to kill you. Zombie Yen Chuan said coldly. Boom. The portal disappeared. By the time Jie Shi arrived, the portal had already closed. Jie Shi roared angrily. Despise coughed weakly after he yelled. Jie Shi stared at the spot where Yen Chuan had disappeared. Yen Chuan? Good, very good. I underestimated you. Once I've recovered, I'll personally come to Great Zhen. When that time comes, you'll die. Jie Shi roared furiously. Jie Shi stepped forward and headed for Boulderstone Weave. Soon, Jie Shi arrived at Boulderstone Peak. I'm going into seclusion to heal. Stand guard for me. Jie Shi said. Pan Gong and Pan Ding frowned, then nodded. The Netherworld. As soon as Yen Chuan entered the Netherworld, he felt a wave of weakness. Celestial Emperor, are you all right? Gue Guzi immediately asked. I'm fine. It's all thanks to you this time. Yen Chuan said weakly. At this moment, even walking seemed to be a little difficult. Although Yen Chuan had this ability, the reason why he rarely used it was because this ability was not without its flaws. Every time he self-detonated, Yen Chuan would expend a large amount of energy and mental strength, so he would become weaker for a short period of time. This was especially true for Yen Chuan, who had already been beaten to his limit by Jieshi, so this was even more taxing on him. Unlike the explosive beasts, their disgusting bodies were born for this mystique, so they could quickly recover after each explosion. You're too kind, Celestial Emperor. I'm just following your orders and waiting here. Gue Guzi shook his head. Yen Chuan touched the last sky-bearing copper coffin and sneered. We've finally found the last sky-bearing copper coffin. Everything was worth it. I'll heal in the sky-bearing copper coffin. Bring me back to the Great Qin City and prepare to combine the 9 coffins. Gue Guzi nodded. Yen Chuan opened the coffin lid and stepped inside. Clang. The coffin lid closed, and Yen Chuan began to recuperate. Gue Guzi waved his sleeve and shot towards the Great Qin City with the sky-bearing copper coffin. When Gue Guzi returned to the Great Qin City with the sky-bearing copper coffin, once again, a group of experts appeared outside the Great Qin City. Another 80 or so subordinates of the Blue Dragon Emperor swarmed toward Qin Nan in a menacing manner. However, at this moment, the Great Qin City's residents were not nervous at all. They went about their own business, completely ignoring the group of experts that had suddenly arrived. The Great Qin City will disappear from this world. The leader of the experts slammed his palm down. Boom! The massive palm covered the sky and covered the sun. It ferociously slammed towards the Great Qin City. An angry snort suddenly sounded from outside the Great Qin City. A massive palm slammed from the side and collided with the palm. Boom! A single palm strike had shattered the confidence of the invading expert. It was Desolation Hua and a group of experts who were flying over from the Yellow Springs Road. The Celestial Emperor has ordered us to capture all of them. Don't let anyone escape. Desolation Hua shouted. But, boom! The group of experts charged forward. What? Desolation Hua and the others are still here? Emperor Rosefinch lied to us? Amidst the commotion, another great battle broke out. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Bastard Yen Chuan, he did it on purpose. Emperor, what should we do now? Someone beside him asked anxiously. It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Great Qin personally. Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great battles broke out in the outside world. Gue Guzi took advantage of this time to bring back the last sky-bearing copper coffin. Clang. Zombie Yen Chuan stepped out of the coffin. Celestial Emperor, how is it? Gue Guzi asked worriedly. It's fine. This coffin contains a large amount of corpse qi that I stored in the Great Thousand World. Although half of it was stolen by Yen Shi, the other half is enough for me to recover. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Don't let anyone disturb me. I'll be in seclusion for a while. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Outside the Great Qin City, the battle continued. Within the Great Qin City, Yen Chuan was in seclusion. Yen Chuan sat cross-legged in the center. There were a total of 9 sky-bearing copper coffins around him. The 9 sky-bearing copper coffins emitted a gentle green light as if they could sense each other. The green light formed a line that surrounded Yen Chuan. At the center, Yen Chuan was adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, preparing for the final act of closing the coffin. Deep in the starry sky, at the end of spacetime, Tian Gang stirred the mist dragons and slowly revealed a yellow longsword. When the longsword was exposed, the surrounding space was dyed yellow by the light of the yellow sword. Emperor Qing Long, do you see it? Tian Gang said proudly. Sword of power? Emperor Qing Long's eyes shone brighter. That's right. Emperor Qing Long has studied feng shui. You should be able to sense the profoundness of the sword of power, Tiangang said with a smile. Emperor Qin Long nodded. That's right. As expected of a peerless expert of the first epoch. It's a pity that it's not enough to see it. That's all we can do. Tiangang shook his head. Not necessarily. Emperor Qin Long sneered. He stretched out his hand and stabbed it into the yellow mist outside the Sword of Power. Boom! Countless mist dragons bit at Emperor Qin Long's right hand. In the blink of an eye, holes appeared on Emperor Qin Long's right arm. However, this moment was enough for Emperor Qin Long. Boom! Emperor Qin Long grabbed the Sword of Power. What? Emperor Qin Long, what are you doing? Tiangang said angrily with his eyes wide open. Tiangang, you sent me out and hurt my subordinates? Do you think I don't know? 300 of my subordinates have been persecuted. You should compensate me with this Sword of Power, shouted the Azure Dragon Emperor. Boom! Emperor Qin Long pulled with his right arm. Under Emperor Qin Long's immense strength, the Sword of Power was instantly pulled away from Tiangang. A huge green dragon shadow appeared around Emperor Qin Long. Qin Long's shadow pounced on the Sword of Power. It was as if the Sword of Power was swallowed into its stomach. Heavenly Dipper completely didn't expect that the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, who was still refined and courteous just a moment ago, would suddenly explode and snatch his strongest magic treasure. Bastard, return my Sword of Power, Tiangang said angrily. Return? You harmed 300 of my subordinates. This is what you deserve. This Sword of Power is the compensation I deserve. I have tolerated you for so long. I watched as my subordinates were harmed one by one. Yet I still pretended to be polite to you. Tiangang, you should be satisfied. Emperor Qin Long shouted as he kept the Sword of Power. No, it's not me. It's Yan Chuan. Bastard, the Sword of Power is mine. Tiangang attacked with grief. So what if you are a transcended level expert? Emperor Qin Long attacked with his palm. Boom! Chapter 1414. In the Great Qin City, 9 sky-burying coffins surrounded zombie Yan Chuan. Under the control of zombie Yan Chuan, the 9 giant coffins suddenly gathered towards the center. It's time to combine. 9 coffins combine. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! The 9 giant coffins collided with each other and instantly shot out billions of green light rays. The entire hall was covered by the green light, and the green light even broke through the roof and shot into the sky. For a moment, countless people in the Great Qin City stopped to watch. One! The 9 giant coffins combined into one. They turned into a giant bronze coffin that was 3 times larger. There were some ancient runes floating on the coffin, and it gave off a heavy aura. The power of intimidation forced countless objects in the hall to tremble. My world-suppressing bronze coffin. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with excitement. In his first life, Yan Chuan's strongest treasure. There was no other. It was the strongest. Back then, even the universe in the palm was overshadowed in front of it. The 9 sky-burying coffins combined into one world-suppressing bronze coffin. Quang! Yan Chuan gently opened the coffin lid. Suddenly, black gas surged into the hall from inside. Roar! Yan Chuan ferociously absorbed the reserves of his first life. Endless energy surged into zombie Yan Chuan's body, and zombie Yan Chuan frantically absorbed it. The entire hall was filled with billowing black gas. Yan Chuan enjoyed the black gas. However, he did not notice that at this moment, a pair of eyes appeared at the top of the black gas, coldly looking at Yan Chuan. A black figure that was like fog was hidden in the black gas, coldly looking at Yan Chuan, who was absorbing the black gas. The black figure waited patiently. The billowing energy from the world-suppressing bronze coffin surged into Yan Chuan's body. Finally, after a day and a night, boom! A loud sound suddenly came from Yan Chuan's body. 12 heavens! Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. While Yan Chuan was enjoying the process, the black shadow suddenly moved. The moment Yan Chuan relaxed, the shadow attacked Yan Chuan. It wanted to send Yan Chuan into the suppressing world copper coffin. Boom! Yan Chuan's expression changed. Roar! As it opened its mouth, fangs appeared, and a pair of giant wings spread out, instantly blocking the mouth of the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The black shadow said coldly. Yen Chuan's face also darkened as he looked at the black figure in front of him. The black figure looked exactly like him. It was like another Yen Chuan. Moreover, the black figure in front of him was wearing a dragon robe and had a cold and dignified expression. It's you? The artifact spirit of the world-suppressing copper coffin? Yen Chuan asked coldly. The man in the dragon robe smiled coldly. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I forget about you? In the first life, I had 3 bodies by Yi, Lan, and Ying. In order to refine this world-suppressing copper coffin, I chose to sacrifice one body and buried by Yi alive in this world-suppressing copper coffin. My purpose was to suppress you. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, but in the end, in order to become the strongest, you not only swallowed Lan, but also Bai Yi. Therefore, there was no one to suppress me. The man in the dragon robe said in a low voice. But how did you become like this? How did you become like me? I remember that artifact spirits are formless. Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, I am formless. However, have you forgotten that year before you died? The man in the dragon robe sneered. Before I died? I sealed a portion of my will and put it in the world-suppressing copper coffin. I knew that I would die, so I left a portion of Ying's will. Yen Chuan's expression changed. Yes, that portion of Ying's will has been refined by me. From now on I am Ying, and Ying is me. The man in the dragon robe opened his mouth and roared. As he roared, the man in the dragon robe spat out his fangs, looking like a zombie. Yen Chuan's face fell. Yes, the reason why the world-suppressing copper coffin is strong is because of the artifact spirit. However, the artifact spirit needs to be suppressed, so it needs to bury a peerless expert alive. The stronger the peerless expert, the higher the growth of the artifact spirit, and the stronger the world-suppressing copper coffin. What an amazing idea! Bai Huang created the universe in the palm, and you created the world-suppressing copper coffin? In order to perfect the world-suppressing copper coffin, you actually generously spread the refining method to the world. After observing the effects of refining the world-suppressing copper coffin, you finally discovered that there is a limit to burying a peerless expert alive. Burying yourself alive is the best choice. The artifact spirit becomes stronger because of the person who is buried alive, and the person who is buried alive becomes stronger because of the artifact spirit. In this way, the clone of the person who is buried alive becomes stronger. As expected of Bai Yi. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. You can already leave the world-suppressing copper coffin? By using the world-suppressing copper coffin to split from 1 into 9, I have already severed myself. The world-suppressing copper coffin now has a new artifact spirit. Now that I have separated myself, in order to strengthen the world-suppressing copper coffin, I need to find another peerless expert to bury alive. Naturally, I can't do it myself, so the best choice is you. The artifact spirit said. With just you? Yen Chuan said coldly. I am Ying and you are Bai Yi. Didn't we meet once before? The artifact spirit said. You are Ying? What a joke, you have only inherited a portion of my will from my first life. Yen Chuan said. Yang Realm, Xianying City. People of the world, I need your help. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Yen Chuan shouted in human form. In an instant, Yen Chuan's voice spread throughout the world. Countless people in the 28 domains quickly raised their right hands. The golden dragon of providence dragged endless power and charged towards Yen Chuan in human form. Rumble. Surging power surged into Yen Chuan's body. In an instant, all the officials in Xianying were alarmed. That was because there were no enemies outside of Xianying. What was going on? Soon, the officials of Great Jin rushed to Skyward Palace. Miao, Yen Chuan, what happened? Miao exclaimed. We'll talk later. Yen Chuan shook his head. Zizi and Zhaofeng were all alarmed. Zizi, send me to the netherworld. Yen Chuan said. But Zizi nodded. Boom. ZZ quickly brought Yen Chuan into the netherworld. Outside the Great Qin city, almost all of Great Emperor Qinglong's subordinates had been taken down. The officials were in high spirits when they suddenly saw Yen Chuan appear. "Greetings, Celestial Emperor." Everyone bowed. Yen Chuan nodded and quickly rushed to the training room in the distance. Gui Guzi's face sank because he could see that this was Yen Chuan in human form. "What happened?" Mournful Flower asked in a low voice. "Follow the previous arrangements and do what you need to do," Gui Guzi ordered. "Yes, sir," everyone replied. "Empress, what happened?" Gui Guzi asked solemnly. "I don't know either. They suddenly mobilized the power of the Yang realm and rushed here." ZZ shook her head. Gui Guzi revealed a look of anxiety. In the distance, Yen Chuan in human form opened the door to the training room. Boom! Rolling black smoke gushed out as Yen Chuan stepped in and quickly closed the door of the cultivation hall. Inside the hall, the world-suppressing bronze coffin's artifact spirit attacked zombie Yen Chuan. Its enormous strength was actually stronger than zombie Yen Chuan's. 12th heaven? You haven't recovered to the peak of your first life. You are no match for me, the artifact spirit said in a low voice. Rumble! Zombie Yen Chuan struggled with all its might. "You know, although I'm a little weaker than you in your first life, I'm still at the 14th heaven. Go in." The artifact spirit pushed zombie Yen Chuan, wanting to push zombie Yen Chuan step by step into the hall. At that moment, the door to the hall suddenly opened, and Yen Chuan in human form suddenly rushed in. The artifact spirit was fighting zombie Yen Chuan and couldn't free himself for a moment. When he suddenly looked over, his eyes turned cold. "You've usurped life again in this life?" The artifact spirit's expression changed. "Universe in the palm." Zombie Yen Chuan struck out with his palm. Boom! In a hurry, the artifact spirit couldn't resist and was instantly pushed into the world-suppressing bronze coffin. "No!" the artifact spirit exclaimed. Quang! The two Yen Chuan quickly closed the coffin lid. Rumble! The world-suppressing bronze coffin shook rapidly, and the artifact spirit inside seemed to want to rush out. "Buzz! Let me out!" The two Yen Chuan stuck to each side and quickly urged their strength to refine the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Buzz! Yen Chuan and the artifact spirit were fighting for the ownership of the world-suppressing bronze coffin. In the outside world, a group of queens quickly entered the netherworld from the Yang realm. "Meow, Sister ZZ, what happened?" Meow also rushed over anxiously. "I don't know." ZZ shook her head. "Meow, I'll go take a look." Meow stepped forward to go over. "Don't go, don't disturb the Emperor of Heaven." Gigu Z shook his head. "Meow. The Emperor of Heaven can handle it, so he didn't tell us anything. However, the Emperor of Heaven left in a hurry, so it should be very important. It's not good to disturb him and distract him," Gigu Z said. "Alright." Meow nodded. ZZ, Zhaoao, and Mou she waited anxiously. At the end of time and space, Emperor Qinglong and Tiangang fought for a while. "Tiangang, you can't do anything to me. You alone are not enough to take back the Sword of Force." Emperor Qinglong laughed. Tiangang was flustered. "Emperor Qinglong, you're shameless. Leave it with me for now. You can't take it back from me unless Lotus God comes. When he comes, let him take it back." Emperor Qinglong laughed. Tiangang was depressed. He had suffered a great loss this time. That was his strongest treasure. Although he was a transcendent, he was only at the 14th heaven. He couldn't take it back. "When Lotus God comes, it will be your doomsday." Tiangang roared angrily. I'll wait for him." Emperor Qinglong laughed. Emperor Qinglong fell to the ground. Tiangang stood alone at the end of time and space, feeling depressed. Why was he so unlucky? The Azure Dragon Emperor charged straight for the Astral Palace. Boom! Soon he landed in front of Tiangang Palace. There were more than 200 experts standing in front of Tiangang Palace. "Greetings, Master," the group of experts said respectfully. "Master, 300 of our brothers died in the hands of Great Jin's heavenly court. Master, please help us. Everyone said anxiously. Emperor Qin Long's eyes turned cold as he said, Let's go. Follow me to the great Qin city and meet this Yen Chuan. Everyone was overjoyed. Chapter 14:15. Emperor Qin Long led his 200 subordinates and quickly flew towards the great Qin city. Master, that's what happened. That's right, Master. Emperor Rosefinch sent a letter, and some of our brothers fell into Yen Chuan's hands. Emperor Rosefinch can't escape responsibility. Everyone described what had happened, and Emperor Qin Long fell into deep thought. Emperor Rosefinch? There's no need for him to collude with Yen Chuan. Perhaps it was an accident, Emperor Qin Long said in a low voice. Although everyone was still brooding, they still nodded in agreement. On the other side, Emperor Rosefinch led 30 subordinates and quickly flew towards the great Qin city. His subordinates followed behind Emperor Rosefinch without saying a word. At this moment, in the plaza in front of the central palace in the great Qin city, a large number of officials, empresses, and Miao were standing. Although Yen Chuan didn't say anything, they knew that there was definitely danger in Yen Chuan's cultivation room. The empresses all looked worried. At the same time, at the peak of a mountain far away from the great Qin city, the emperor carried a long saber on his back and stood on the peak of the mountain, looking over coldly. Although they were separated by a large hall, the emperor could feel the surging hostility in the hall. Yen Chuan? The emperor's eyes turned cold. The feelings he had for Yen Chuan in the past seemed to have completely disappeared. After looking at the hall filled with hostility for a while, the emperor turned to look at Lu, his other self. An intense look of worry appeared on Lu's face. Emotions are indeed the most useless thing. They only make people stupid. Not only was Yen Chuan unable to protect Lu, but he even made Lu worried. This place is indeed not suitable for Lu, the emperor said coldly. The emperor stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the great Qin city. Immediately, a guard shouted. However, just as he shouted, he was stunned. Empress? Countless guards revealed looks of astonishment. After all, the emperor looked exactly the same as Lu. Gigzi and the others also noticed the emperor flying over. With a wave of his hand, the guards quickly retreated. Boom! The emperor landed in front of the central palace. In front of the central hall, almost everyone suddenly looked at the emperor. Emperor? Lu asked in surprise. Emperor? Why you here? Miao asked in surprise. The empresses looked at the emperor but did not say anything. The emperor ignored the crowd and only looked at Lu. Come with me. De Zhen is more dangerous, the emperor said in a deep voice. Lu's expression changed. Miao, Emperor, what are you doing? Didn't you ask Lu to stay? Why are you taking Lu away all of a sudden? Miao shouted. I've changed my mind, the emperor said in a deep voice. Lu's expression immediately became complicated. She shook her head, and a look of panic appeared on her face as she took a small step back. I won't go with you. Lu shook her head. The emperor's face darkened. Gui Guzi, Hua Qiliang, Bai Qi, and the other officials blocked the emperor's path. As long as the empress was unwilling, no one could take the empress of De Zhen away. This was not only to protect Lu's will but also to protect De Zhen's dignity. If anyone came and took the empress away, where would De Zhen's dignity go? The officials immediately became vigilant because they knew how powerful the emperor was. Why do you want to take me away? I feel pretty good in De Zhen. Lu shook her head. The emperor stared at Lu and said in a deep voice, I feel that it's very dangerous for you to stay in De Zhen. Yen Chuan caused you to frown even more, causing you to panic even more. Lu shook her head and said, This is called worry. Do you know? This is what you treasured the most in the past. What I treasured the most in the past. The emperor raised his brows as an inexplicable frustration grew in his heart. I'd rather not have worry. This is the best. The emperor shook his head. That's something that you've already lost. You've already forgotten its taste, but I remember. I'll keep it for you. I'll keep it all. One day I'll return it to you. Lu said gently. I don't need it. The emperor shook his head. Or showed some bitterness. I won't go back with you. I was in danger in the past because I was willful. If I stay in Xianyang, I won't be in danger. Don't make me end up like you. The emperor fell silent. After a while, he looked at Lu. The emperor knew that he had lost his emotions. However, were emotions really that good? Should he let Lu stay by Yan Chuan's side without regard for her safety? If something happened to Lu, the emperor would also be in trouble. Only by staying by his side could he ensure her safety. The emperor's gaze gradually became determined. He had to take Lu away. At the side, Zizi's expression changed. She immediately called out, "Emperor?" The emperor frowned and looked at Zizi. You handed Lu to Yanchuan back then. If you want to take Lu away, shouldn't you wait for Yanchuan to come out of seclusion and talk to him before taking Lu away? Zizi immediately said. The emperor looked at Zizi and fell silent. Although he wanted to take Lu away immediately, the emperor knew that he definitely had other plans in the past. He had to respect his past self and wait for Yanchuan to come out. Most importantly, the emperor and Lu were the same person after all. He did not want to force himself too much. He still hoped that Lu could leave with him willingly. Alright, I will wait for Yanchuan to come out of seclusion. The emperor nodded. Gui Guzi and the others secretly sighed. Everyone waited patiently. 2 days later, boom! From the south, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly rushed over. Set up the formation. Gui Guzi's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, the Great Qin City's formation quickly activated. Outside the Great Qin City, billowing waves swept towards the Great Qin City. In an instant, a large number of mountain peaks outside the city collapsed, and a world-destroying might rushed down. The entire Great Qin City's formation seemed to be shaking violently. From afar, there were more than 200 people. The leader was dressed in a green robe. He had a broad face and a skull on his forehead. A ferocious domineering aura exuded from his body. There were more than 200 people behind him, and all of them had an aggressive aura. However, compared to the leader of the group, they were much weaker. Emperor Qinglong? Mournful Hua's expression darkened. The expressions of many officials in the Great Jin Empire changed, especially the second epic experts who had been recruited. At this moment, when they saw Emperor Qinglong, they were inexplicably panicked. After all, they had captured many of Emperor Qinglong's people not long ago. Emperor Qinglong's ferocity had already begun in the second epoch. Gui Guzi's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward and stood at the head of the officials. He coldly looked at Emperor Qinglong in the distance. Just by standing in midair, half of the world seemed to have been dyed green. Before Emperor Qinglong could speak, suddenly, another powerful aura rushed over from the other side. Boom! The other half of the sky was dyed fiery red. The leader of the 31 people was dressed in a red robe. It was Miao Rulai. Miao Rulai. Gui Guzi's expression darkened. No, it's Emperor Rosefinch. Mournful Hua shook his head solemnly. Just Emperor Qinglong's arrival was enough to give Mournful Hua a headache. Now, there was Emperor Rosefinch? Even though Mournful Hua was incomparably arrogant, he understood that the Great Jin Empire was in danger. Emperor Qinglong turned to look at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch? Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. The subordinates behind him looked at Emperor Rosefinch, still brooding. Emperor Qinglong, I underestimated the Great Jin Empire not long ago, causing you to lose dozens of subordinates. I'm here to make up for my past mistakes. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. The ignorant are not guilty. I believe you. Emperor Qinglong nodded. Emperor Rosefinch nodded and smiled. I believe you must have sensed such a big matter, but you haven't been able to return. It seems like you have gained a lot, right? Emperor Qinglong looked at Emperor Rosefinch meaningfully and finally nodded. That's right. There aren't many things in the world that you value. Could it be? Emperor Rosefinch's expression changed. The vermilion bird Great Emperor immediately thought of the First Era. When he thought of this, he looked at the Azure Dragon Great Emperor with a hint of jealousy. However, Emperor Rosefinch hid it extremely well. He turned to look at the people in front of the central palace. Gui Guzi? You again? Could it be that you're in charge of the Great Jin Empire now? Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. This question was extremely harsh. The Great Jin Empire was Yen Chuan's Great Jin Empire. How could Gui Guzi be in charge? Emperor Rosefinch, you must be joking. The Great Jin Empire is the Heavenly Emperor's Great Jin Empire. I'm just a subject. With Emperor Rosefinch's status, there's no need to taint his subject, right? Gui Guzi said in a deep voice. Oh, where's Yen Chuan? Emperor Qinglong and I are both here. Is he still hiding? Emperor Rosefinch yelled in a deep voice. In an instant, the yell reverberated throughout the great Qin city. Everyone glared at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Qinglong smiled and stood in the air without saying a word. Below, the emperor narrowed his eyes. Or do you see that? Yen Chuan is causing trouble everywhere. Even I might not be a match for these two people. You should leave this place with me. The emperor whispered to Lu. Only bit her lips and shook her head. Within the cultivation palace, the two Yen Chuan activated the world-suppressing bronze coffin. The tremors from the coffin finally disappeared. However, the two of them still had their hands on the coffin. It seems that something has happened outside, the human Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. The artifact spirit hasn't been buried alive. The human body will continue to refine it. The corpse will go out and deal with it. The zombie Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. The two of them shared the same consciousness. At this moment, there was no need to be pretentious. The human Yen Chuan continued to refine the world-suppressing bronze coffin. The zombie Yen Chuan stood up, brushed the dust off his robe, and walked out of the palace. Quang. The door opened. The officials of Great Qin looked over. Inside the door, black gas was billowing, and no one could see what was inside. Quang. The zombie Yen Chuan extended his hand and closed the door of the cultivation palace. Emperor Qinglong and Emperor Rosefinch walked towards the central palace plaza step by step. Celestial Emperors, the officials said respectfully. When they saw the two celestial emperors arrive, some of the officials were still worried. After all, the two celestial emperors were too famous. Now that two of them had come, who could be a match for them? Now that Yen Chuan had walked out, everyone seemed to have found their backbone and secretly sighed. Everyone stared at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan slowly walked to the front of the crowd. Celestial Emperor Qinglong? Celestial Emperor Rosefinch? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1416. Netherworld, Great Qin City. At the entrance of the central palace, Yen Chuan led the ministers and looked at Emperor Qinglong and Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Emperor Qinglong? Emperor Rosefinch? Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong narrowed his eyes and examined Yen Chuan. Then, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The body of a general? A cold smile appeared on Emperor Vermilion Bird's face. So what? Emperor Qinglong, didn't you want to ask Yen Chuan for someone? Now, the person in question is here. Emperor Rosefinch. Yen Chuan suddenly said. Emperor Rosefinch looked over. Emperor Qinglong, I naturally know why you're here. However, I wonder why you've come to the Great Qin City? Yen Chuan stared at Emperor Rosefinch. At this moment, Emperor Qinglong seemed to have chosen to watch the show and did not interrupt. Yen Chuan's expression was unfriendly as he stared at Emperor Rosefinch. Great Jin had captured 300 of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates, but they had never captured Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates. Their grudge with Emperor Rosefinch was at most the past Miao Relai. What's the matter? Ha, who are you to ask me what's the matter? Emperor Rosefinch sneered. How dare you? The ministers of Great Jin immediately berated. Yen Chuan waved his hand, and the ministers fell silent. Yen Chuan looked coldly at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch, my Great Jin Heavenly Court has no grudge with your Rosefinch Celestial Realm. You've suddenly offended me, so I won't pursue the matter. Next, it's between me and Emperor Qinglong. Please leave immediately or else. Or else what? Emperor Rosefinch said disdainfully. Or else, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yen Chuan's tone gradually became unfriendly. Haha, reminding me? Yen Chuan, you're already at the end of the road. What else do you have to rely on? How dare you speak so arrogantly to me? Emperor Rosefinch said disdainfully. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one who didn't believe him. Emperor Qinglong was well aware of Yen Chuan's strength. It could even be said that the entire Great Qin city wasn't his match. Yet, he still wanted to offend Emperor Rosefinch at this time? I never speak nonsense when it comes to such matters. Emperor Rosefinch, go back to where you came from. Otherwise, you might never be able to return to your Rosefinch celestial realm. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. You want to keep me here? Do you think you can keep me here? Emperor Rosefinch said in astonishment. At this moment, no one knew if Yen Chuan was crazy or if Yen Chuan was scared silly. You want to keep me here? I'll say it again. If you don't leave now, it won't be so easy for you to leave later. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, it wasn't just Emperor Rosefinch and Emperor Qinglong's people. Even some of Great Qin's officials were confused. How could the Celestial the Arch be so sure? That was Emperor Rosefinch, an expert from the Second Epoch. They didn't know how to describe the Celestial the Arch. Pretending to be mysterious. Come on then. Make it so that I won't be able to return to the Rosefinch celestial realm. Emperor Rosefinch naturally didn't believe him and shouted coldly. Yen Chuan smiled coldly and turned to look at a large hall not far away. Gentlemen, I agree to your matter. Emperor Rosefinch will be handed over to the two of you. Almost everyone was slightly stunned. You have helpers? Emperor Rosefinch asked in confusion. From the moment you sent a message to Big Dipper Palace, I knew how narrow-minded you were. You can't even put aside the grudges from Miao Rulai. You'll definitely come to the Great Qin city to cause trouble. Yen Chuan said coldly. Big Dipper Palace sent a message? You have people in Big Dipper Palace? Rosefinch asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the door of the large hall slowly opened. Two figures walked out. One was dressed in a golden robe and had a dignified expression. The other was dressed in a yellow robe and carried a huge gourd on his back. Golden the Arch? Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Emperor Rosefinch, you're still so narrow-minded? The golden-robed Golden the Arch laughed. Why are you here? Didn't Yen Chuan embarrass you? Emperor Rosefinch asked in surprise. You're talking about the East Sea in the Yang realm? Hey, you're thinking too much. Golden the Arch said coldly. Impossible. Even so, it's impossible for Yen Chuan to call you over so easily. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. There are some things that I don't need to tell you. Golden the Arch said in a deep voice. Having said that, Golden the Arch turned to Yen Chuan and said, Yen Chuan, remember your promise. Yen Chuan looked at Golden the Arch and Sha Di and said, It's up to the two of you. I'll do whatever you do. What if we kill Emperor Rosefinch? Sha Di asked in a deep voice. Kill Emperor Rosefinch? Everyone was stunned. Even Emperor Rosefinch looked at Sha Di, who was carrying a huge gourd on his back. Where did this person come from? What a boastful tone. Yen Chuan stared at Sha Di and took a deep breath. My body will fight to the death. What Yen Chuan meant was that one of the two bodies was ready to be sacrificed. Great. I'm also looking forward to the extreme of the Jiangchen body. Sha Di nodded. Sha Di turned his head and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He shot a glance at Emperor Rosefinch. For you? The Vermilion Bird Emperor asked in a low voice. Sha Di replied. He waved his hand and the Immortal slaying gourd flew out. Treasure, please turn around. Swish. A white light shot out from the Immortal slaying gourd towards Emperor Rosefinch. How dare you? One of Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. Boom. Wherever the white light passed, the powerhouses of the Second Epoch were instantly beheaded. The white light charged towards the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor without hesitation. The Vermilion Bird Emperor let out a cold snort and pointed his right finger at the white light. Boom. There was a loud collision and the void shattered. The white light flew back to the immortal slaying gourd. Emperor Huang Jin and Sha Di charged towards Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch, humph. You plotted against me in the second epoch. Did you expect this day to come? Take my punch. Emperor Huang Jin shouted. He threw a punch at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. He seemed to know how powerful Emperor Huang Jin was and quickly countered with a palm. Boom. The fist and palm collided. Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates were sent flying. Emperor Rosefinch was also sent flying for more than 100 feet. You brute! Emperor Rosefinch scolded. I'm just full of strength. So what? Humph. You plotted against me because you were jealous of my strength. You want to refine my strength? Dream on. Emperor Huang Jin shouted. Boom. Emperor Huang Jin, Sha Di, and Emperor Rosefinch were locked in a stalemate. They moved further and further away as they moved towards the distant sky. Emperor Qinglong had been watching in silence. The subordinates behind Emperor Qinglong were astonished. Emperor Huang Jin? Yan Chuan, you really know how to find people? Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Of course. If I asked Emperor Huang Jin to deal with you, he would definitely be unwilling to accept this grudge. However, Emperor Rosefinch is different. The two of them already have a grudge against each other. With my promise, he would naturally be willing to do me a favor. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Golden Great Emperor is looking for trouble when he has nothing to do with you. It's impossible for him to do it. It's a thankless task, just like Vermilion Bird Great Emperor. This time, he's also looking for trouble. He came to my Great Jin Empire to cause trouble. Naturally, it's a thankless task. I don't think you're grateful to him for coming to help you, right? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong looked at Yan Chuan and said, It's a pity that you're cultivating the body of generals and ministers. You succeed and fail because of this body. Emperor Qinglong, you don't have to worry about this. I don't think you came all the way here just to lament about this, right? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. That's right. Of course not. I'm observing the starry sky. Most of the 300 people under me who came here to cause trouble are still alive. Let them out. Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan smiled faintly and shook his head. Emperor Qinglong, it seems like you believed the letter I sent to you. Moreover, you must have obtained great benefits from Tiangang. Emperor Qinglong raised his eyebrows. Tiangang's subordinate, the Snake Emperor, is the supreme beast of the Great Jin Serpent tribe. I'm sure you're aware of this. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Snake Emperor? The person Tiangang trusts the most? The supreme beast of the Great Jin Serpent tribe? Qinglong's face sank. That's right. Everything was premeditated. Otherwise, how could you have obtained benefits from Tiangang so easily? Why would he compromise again and again just to stall for time? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. I see. All right, let my subordinates out. Let's forget about this grudge. Emperor Qinglong nodded. Emperor Qinglong understood that if it weren't for Yan Chuan's premeditated plan, Tiangang wouldn't have been fooled and he wouldn't have obtained the sword so easily. Therefore, he owed Yan Chuan a favor. Moreover, Yan Chuan was very honest. Although his subordinates were captured, they didn't seem to have died. Therefore, Emperor Qinglong wanted to forget about this grudge. Forget about it? The subordinates behind Emperor Qinglong frowned slightly, but no one said anything. As for the officials of Great Jin, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A huge crisis was resolved just like that? It was a false alarm. Countless officials revealed smiles. However, Yan Chuan, who was at the front, shook his head and said, Emperor Qinglong, leave immediately. Let's forget about it. Emperor Qinglong's face sank. Yan Chuan wasn't willing to let go of his subordinates? Great Emperor Azure Dragon, the country has its own laws. Unless Great Jin has no other choice, Great Jin has never shown mercy to those who have violated Great Jin. Let your subordinates reflect in Dezhen's heavenly prison. I'll release them when they're done reflecting. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Impudent. Emperor Qinglong glared. Yan Chuan didn't back down at all. He stared coldly at Emperor Qinglong. Those 300 people had already been crippled by the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Letting them go would only increase their hatred. It was better to imprison them in Great Zhen. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just calmed down became tense again. Emperor Qinglong, you have already gotten what you wanted from Big Dipper. You should be satisfied. Don't tell me you want to obtain Big Dipper's treasures without any losses and then transfer Big Dipper's hatred to me? How can there be such a good thing in the world? There are gains and losses. Please go back. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. What if I insist on taking them away? Emperor Qinglong asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, Emperor Qinglong released his aura. An aura of heaven's might descended from the sky. Instantly, countless cultivators in the great Qin city couldn't breathe. Chapter 1417. Great Emperor Rosefinch against Great Emperor Huang Jin and Sha Di. Great Emperor Rosefinch was naturally aware of Great Emperor Huang Jin's strength. However, Sha Di's strength surprised Great Emperor Rosefinch time and time again. Treasure, please turn around. The immortal slaying flying saber turned into a stream of light and shot out, instantly colliding with Great Emperor Rosefinch. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber flew back instantly. A bloody wound appeared on Great Emperor Rosefinch's shoulder. Impossible! For you! Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you really don't have a good memory. Don't you remember? Great Emperor Huang Jin sneered. Gourd. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes widened. I remember now. In the second epic, 2 people came to my vermilion bird celestial realm to cause trouble. One of them held a green-skinned gourd and released a sky full of fire crows to compete with my fire vermilion bird. The other was a violet gourd that could absorb all things. They claimed to be from the divine realm? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed. You remember now? That's 4th brother's fire crow gourd and 7th brother's primordial gourd. Sha Di said coldly. 4th brother? 7th brother? You're also from the divine realm? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed. Sha Di sneered. Boom. Sha Di's attacks became more and more ferocious. In front of the central palace. What if I insist on taking them away? Great Emperor Qinglong asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, Great Emperor Qinglong released his aura. An aura of heaven's might descended from the sky, instantly suppressing countless cultivators in the great Qin city and suffocating them. Yan Xuan took a step forward and said without backing down, Great Emperor Qinglong, I've considered Great Emperor Rosefinch. Do you think I won't consider you? Great Emperor Qinglong's face darkened. Yan Xuan didn't waste any more time and looked at another palace in the distance. Quang. The door to the hall opened with a bang, revealing a black-robed man drinking from a cup. Tong Tian sect leader? Many of the ministers recognized him at a glance. I was just thinking, what are you going to do with 2 great emperors? I didn't expect you to invite Golden Sovereign aside from me. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Who? Instantly, the prime of Tong Tian appeared in front of Yan Xuan. Can you handle this battle? Yan Xuan looked at Tong Tian and asked. Skirich glanced at martial monarch Qinglong and said with a frown, the martial monarchs of the second epoch are not weaker than my teacher. However, I've also reached the 15th heavenly layer in the battle in the past. I'll lend you a hand for the sake of our friendship. Alright. Yan Xuan nodded. Then, Yan Xuan looked at martial monarch Qinglong again. Martial monarch Qinglong, you've seen it. Please go back. The treasures of Tiangang should be able to offset your losses. Yan Xuan advised again. Yan Xuan? You're indeed scheming. However, if you were me, would you just leave? Martial monarch Qinglong said with a smile. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. That's enough. If you want me to leave, you'll have to show me the means to make me leave. Martial monarch Qinglong said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'm sorry. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. It seems like I still have to take action. Tong Tian sect laughed. Yan Xuan nodded. Martial monarch Qinglong looked at Tong Tian sect leader. Tong Tian sect leader? I've heard of your name in this life. The strongest disciple of Hongjun? Let me see what you're capable of, Martial Monarch Qing Long said in a deep voice. Then Martial Monarch Qing Long waved his hand and said, "Without my order, no one is allowed to take action." Everyone replied. Tong Tian sect leader stared at Martial Monarch Qing Long. He took a deep breath and pulled out the God-slaying sword from his back. God-slaying sword? Tong Tian sect leader shouted. The God-slaying sword in his hand shot towards Martial Monarch Qing Long. Boom. A purple sword ray pierced through the void and charged towards Martial Monarch Qing Long. Martial Monarch Qing Long reached out his hand and grabbed. A green dragon claw appeared in the void. Boom. The sword and claw collided, and the sound shook the heavens and earth. Tong Tian sect leader took a step forward and shot towards Martial Monarch Qing Long. Boom. The two peerless experts began to fight. SSSS. Tong Tian sect leader's sword Dao was extremely sharp. In an instant, the sky was filled with Tong Tian sect leader's silhouettes. As he swung his body, huge sword marks were left behind. The void was torn countless times. The battle between the two continued to rise to the sky. Martial Monarch Qing Long's subordinates frowned. The battle between Martial Monarch Qing Long and Tong Tian sect leader was too fast. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even see their movements clearly. They could only see the claw marks and sword marks. Every sword mark was like a heavenly river. In the sky above the great Qin city, billions of black holes appeared. This battle lasted for an entire day. Tong Tian sect leader, your sword Dao is indeed powerful, Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. It's not enough. Tong Tian sect leader has tried his best, but he's still no match for Martial Monarch Qing Long. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Miao, that can't be. I saw that the two of them were evenly matched. Miao said in confusion. Look again. Yan Xuan said. Boom. In the sky, Martial Monarch Qing Long seemed to be a little annoyed. Suddenly, billions of green lights burst out from his body. As soon as the green lights appeared, they surged in all directions like an ocean. They instantly filled up all the sword marks left by Tong Tian sect leader and dyed the entire starry sky green. In the green starry sky, Martial Monarch Qing Long's strength seemed to have skyrocketed. A huge heaven and earth altar suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The great emperor altar of the Martial Monarch karmic rank? Yan Xuan's eyes narrowed. He saw that the heaven and earth altar wasn't round like Yan Xuan's. Instead, it was a triangle. However, one side was an arc. It was like 1/9 of a circle. Martial Monarch Qing Long stepped on this strange great emperor altar. His strength skyrocketed. Suddenly he threw a punch. Boom! Tong Tian sect leader was instantly sent flying. However, Tong Tian sect leader swung his long hair and charged forward again. The speed of the immortal slaying sword in his hand became faster and faster. Boom! Boom! Martial Monarch Qing Long instantly gained the upper hand. Great Emperor Altar? Are the other Great Emperor's altars the same? Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Desolation Hua nodded. Yes, the heaven and earth altar of the Great Emperors are the same. That's not right, Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. This Great Emperor altar is 1/9 of a circle. Then wouldn't 9 Great Emperor altars form a perfect circle? Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Desolation Hua's face changed. In the past, he only knew that the Great Emperors were fierce and the Great Emperor altars had a special shape. However, he had never thought that 9 Great Emperor altars could be combined. Heavenly Emperor, according to what you said, it does seem to be the case. 9 Great Emperor altars can be combined to form a huge circular altar. However, if that's the case, wouldn't there only be 9 Great Emperor karmic ranks in the world? Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. That's right. So, there's only one way to become a Great Emperor that you mentioned previously. You can't be born on your own. You can only take it from the 9 Great Emperors. Yan Xuan said in a deep voice. Desolation Hua nodded. High up in the sky, the prime of Tong Tian kept attacking. However, Martial Monarch Qing Long was too strong. His body was covered with green scales. Even if the prime of Tong Tian's sword hit his body, It could not break through martial monarch Qinglong's defense. How strong is martial monarch Qinglong? Miao frowned. Peak of level 15. However, with the great emperor karmic rank, his strength might be able to reach level 16. Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. Miao. Miao exclaimed. Tongtan can't stop martial monarch Qinglong. Gigu, Zi said in a deep voice. Yan Xuan nodded. He took a deep breath and was about to speak. Heavenly Emperor, let me go. Desolation Hua suddenly laughed. Yan Xuan looked at Desolation Hua. It's the 7th of June. Desolation Hua said. At this moment, the heavenly calamitous lone star of the Yang realm had suddenly turned scarlet from its original silver color. A scarlet starlight shot towards Desolation Hua. Boom! Hua Desolation's robes turned scarlet in an instant. His eyes also turned scarlet. Rolling demonic aura emanated from Hua Desolation. The 7th of June, the heavenly calamity bowl duel? Yan Xuan stared at Desolation Hua. Phew, Heavenly Emperor, I am now at level 15. Please allow me to fight. Desolation Hua exuded a wave of demonic qi. Allow. Yan Xuan nodded. Desolation Hua took a step forward and rushed into the starry sky with a red light. Soon, he arrived at martial monarch Qinglong's battlefield. Prime of Tongtan, let me help you. Demonic heart slash. Desolation Hua slashed with his long sword. Boom. A force that was not weaker than the fairy slayer sword slammed towards martial monarch Qinglong, heavenly calamity of the Yang world. Martial monarch Qinglong snorted. Boom. Martial monarch Qinglong struck with his claw. 1 against 2. Martial monarch Qinglong's body changed rapidly. Gradually, he turned from a human into a huge green dragon. Qinglong was majestic. He was fighting two alone. With a swing of his tail, a large area of the void was swept into a black hole. Qinglong let out a loud roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the underworld. The roar was so majestic that all the underworld experts stopped what they were doing and listened to the dragon's roar from the east. On the other side, martial monarch Rosefinch turned into a huge rosefinch. He burned the starry sky as he fought with martial monarch Huang Jin and Sha Di. However, the battle between the two sides was different. Martial monarch Huang Jin and Sha Di suppressed martial monarch Rosefinch. On the other hand, martial monarch Qinglong suppressed Desolation Hua and Prime of Tongtian alone. In front of the central palace. Heavenly Emperor, martial monarch Qinglong is really fierce. Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. Yan Xuan nodded. As they spoke, Yan Xuan looked at the Sea of Providence and said loudly, People of Dajin, the great Qin city is being attacked by enemies. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and help me repel the enemies. The huge dragon above the Sea of Providence roared. The sound spread throughout the world. In an instant, the people of Dajin quickly raised their right hand. The 30 domains of the underworld surged toward Yan Xuan. He immediately stepped forward and said, Heavenly Emperor, the battle in the starry sky is too fierce. Your current cultivation. I think it's better not to take the risk. I have the body of a general. Even martial monarch Qinglong can't easily break my body. I may not be able to severely injure martial monarch Qinglong, but I can interfere with his battle and give Prime of Tongtian and Desolation Hua a better chance to fight. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yan Xuan shook his head and said, Rumble. The power of the world surged into Yan Xuan's body. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.